Misfits and dope addicts are here.
Well, I see how it goes. I see how it goes. I've never really been privy to the on this day planning. Don't ever take Gina's word for anything.
What?
Really?
She said, what you said, what can we do for opening number? Gina said, well, it's Nick Hexum's birthday, 311. It's, who else did you mention?
Art Alexakis.
Art Alexakis for Everclear. You could do that, and then this one, and she left out. I mean, for God's sakes, it's David Cassidy's birthday today.
Well,
Could have played a Partridge Family song.
No.
It's Willie Parnell's birthday today.
Parnell.
Archie Bell and the Drells,
Oh.
Gina. Come on, everybody, do the tighten up. It's Herbie Hancock's birthday today. She just leaves out all of these. It's John Kay's birthday today, Gina.
John Chris Falusi, the animator?
John Kay.
Oh.
No, Kay is not even close to Chris Falusi.
Well,
Well,
they
it
call
could
him.
be the initial K.
They call him
they
John
call
Kay.
they
He
do call
signs-
him John.
He
the
signs
initial
his
K.
work.
Oh,
John
I
Kay.
see. It's a little is too esoteric for me.
Ren and Stimpy.
Who's John Kay? Steppenwolf, the leader, the singer of Steppenwolf, and it is a member of the band Sig Zig Sputnik's birthday today.
We could have done that.
No.
Any number of things.
You're saying you don't care
now,
for
no, I think
Echo and the
no,
Bunnymen?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying you are very selective in the choices you present.
Could have gone Vince Gill. It's his birthday today.
True. Probably.
Pat Travers.
What,
Boom, boom, out go the lights. We could have done that. You wanna
so
go
you
through
see?
It's a Commodore birthday, Carrie.
Isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, it's a Commodore's birthday. It's a Coldplay's birthday. You see? Hey, everybody. Archie Bell.
Hi, everybody. I'm Archie Bell of the Trails
Yeah,
of Houston, Texas.
Houston.
We don't only sing, but we dance just as good as we want.
Yeah.
In Houston, we just started a new dance called the Tighten Up. This is the music we tighten up with.
Oh, I like it.
Have you ever heard? You've heard this, haven't you?
First, tighten up on the drum.
All right.
Tighten up on the drums.
Come on now, drummer.
Come on now, drummer.
I want you to tighten it up for me now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tighten up on that bass now. Tighten it up.
This is great.
Yeah. Now let that guitar fall in. Oh, yeah.
We just play this today.
Why in the-
Put the organ now.
We just run this through the whole show.
You know, I nearly brought in some Al Green because tomorrow is Al Green's birthday. I nearly did it.
If you can do it
Cynthia
now.
likes Al Green. She's
You
enjoying it.
didn't even mention Brendan Urie's birthday
Well,
today.
we play so much Panic at the Disco.
Yeah.
That wasn't even.
Here we go.
Tighten it up now. Do the tighten it up.
Now, let me find a different version of this song that I love.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't know a different version of it.
It's a very long lost version. Let me see if I can
Is
find
it the same artist?
It's also Archie Bell, or is it a different artist?
It's a different artist.
Is it a ska version of that?
No, even
With Carrie,
better.
it's usually a ska version.
Country version?
Even better.
Even better.
It's a Japanese band.
Huh. Yeah. Okay. Never heard this.
Hi, everybody!
No.
We are YMO!
No.
Oh,
Tokyo, Japan!
No.
We don't sightsee!
No.
We dance! You understand?
No.
Yeah, I heard it a long time ago.
No.
I kind of like it.
No, I don't.
But it's not Archie Bell.
No. It's YMO.
But on this,
But on this
I
day,
mean, we're just
Yeah.
as we're
acting like it doesn't even matter that it's Will Sargent's birthday today from Echo and the Bunnymen. Just,
Well, it's no Archie Bell, but that is a great song. So, hi.
Huh?
Hello.
huh?
Lots of snow up on your mountain, Carrie.
Slush.
Little rain down here.
Yeah.
I guess
And it's
Bountiful's
kinda chilly.
getting hit pretty hard.
Parley's Canyon is not good, so beware of all of that.
Oh, I just saw another one we missed.
Who?
Tiny Tim.
Oh.
You see, You've got to research these
Well,
things.
I still stand by our choice, but
I'm not saying that it wasn't a good choice. I'm just saying there's a smorgasbord of options out there that we should consider. But you narrowed it down.
well, you have to
too quickly.
Too quickly. Carrie was a little late this morning. There was no time for discussion.
I could have said, if he'd asked me, I would have said, let's play Archie Bell and the Drells.
Well, I
see?
enjoyed that.
So we got both of them anyway. That's good.
I enjoyed that.
David Cassidy.
Well, why do you hate David Cassidy?
Oh, there are many reasons to hate David Cassidy.
He's dead. Let him be.
Well, you're a fine one to talk.
What?
Don't pick at the dead.
By the window, that is where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me.
How is this ever a thing?
That's because people enjoy watching and making fun of the mentally ill.
By the garden,
Is he mentally ill?
He was just weird.
There's difference.
He was.
through the tulips with me.
But this was like
He was-
popular, right?
Oh, it was
Well,
huge.
yeah,
he was a big star.
He was a novelty act. He got married to his lovely Miss Vicky on The Tonight Show. He and Miss Vicky got married on The Tonight Show.
Shine away, and if I kiss you in the garden.
Okay.
He's
'Cause-
not kissing anybody in the garden.
Because, he was this tall, like 6 foot something with stringy long hair and bad teeth.
Not a
and
handsome man.
looked, he had the,
Scary looking.
scary looking dude, but he would sing these pleasant little songs.
And did he have a ukulele? Was that-
Ukulele
yeah.
is what he
Yeah.
played, yeah.
Yeah.
Tiny Tim.
Okay.
All right.
Now, are there there are equivalents to this sort of thing today? You find them on YouTube.
Yeah. They didn't
The
have
novelty
YouTube then,
acts.
so you got on The Tonight Show.
Yeah.
And millions of people watched you because there were like 3 channels.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess we ought to officially begin the Radio from Hell show.
Yes, let's get it over with.
So we'll take a break and come back and do the official beginning and try and erase the unpleasantness of this moment.
All right, stand by.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be attainable. You can enjoy X96 in the comfort of your own home without having to get off your ass. Unless, of course, it's for more snap.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. Tonight, Rod investigates Hooters restaurant. Here in Midvale, the state's first Hooters restaurant is about to open. The management of this establishment has placed ads in local papers looking for employees. Hooters is known for hiring only buxom women. Tonight, I've put on this pair of ample falsies, my favorite blonde wig, and these tight-fitting Gloria Vanderbilt black denim jeans. Let's see what happens when I take our hidden cameras inside and apply for a job.
Next. Let me see. It says here your name is Rhonda Decker and you've had the previous experience waiting tables.
That's correct. I know at least 6 different ways to sing happy birthday to a customer.
Well, Rhonda, thanks for coming by. We'll call you if we have anything for you.
That's it? That's my interview?
Well, you just aren't Hooters material, Rhonda.
So what you're telling me is that you've made a decision based entirely upon my appearance. What is it about me that you don't think makes the grade? Are my breasts too small?
No, they look like C cups to me. You meet our minimum requirement there. But there's more to being a Hooters server than having big breasts. Look at these tight shorts. I can't believe that you could greet people in this outfit and feel confident.
I happen to have a nice ass. Yes, I could do that outfit justice. You have failed to see me as a person and are judging me on my looks instead of my skills.
Hey, wait a minute. You're that Channel 2 news guy.
You must be mistaken. I'm a young, unemployed waitress with an ample bosom.
You're Rod Decker, The news must not pay very well if you're trying this hard to be a Hooters girl.
There you have it. Hooters isn't your average eatery, and their employees aren't exactly run-of-the-mill either. I tried to gain employment, but apparently I just didn't stack up. The scenery here will rival the majestic mountains of the Wasatch Front. Join us again as I go undercover in search of more titillating stories. This is Rod Decker, KUTV News.
Me too.
All right, the official beginning of the Radio from Hell show. Is it brought to you by anybody?
Woo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job, get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, and license. That's 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woo!
Well, we're about almost halfway there. The moon, that is, waxing crescent, 46.9% of full. The moon will rise today at 12:21 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 12th day of April in the year of our Lord 2019. And you're listening to a morning show that is so trustworthy. Wow. We were once considered for the job Hand of the King.
Wow.
Radio from Hell. Starring the lords of morning radio. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The producer of the Radio from Hell show is Katie for short. And Cynthia, she brought her blankie and she came in to help out with the show today.
Well, it's cold. It's snowing.
Not in the studio, not in the producer's booth.
She had to get from her car to here. She had to be cozy.
With a blanket.
It's not snowing down.
No.
It's snowing lots of places.
Yeah. Up on Mount Doom it is.
Bountiful's getting hit bad. Parley's.
Yeah, there's a lot of there'll be a lot of traffic problems today. Well, so Gina.
Yes.
Tell me that this doesn't sound appealing to
What's
you.
that?
Never stand when you can sit.
Well, remaining seated is
Right.
my motto. That's.
And how about some clothing that would make that even more possible?
I'm all about comfy clothing.
All right. I
Yeah,
have
I'm
it
listening,
for you.
Bill.
I have it for you. It's from a website. It's from Think Geek. Everybody's heard of that website. It's an article of clothing called a beanbag onesie. I don't know if we have it, x96.com/live.
There it is.
No, what?
You can see it. Now, the beanbag onesie,
That just makes.
whenever you want to sit down, the beanbag is built right into the onesie.
This would be good for a Kim Kardashian Halloween costume.
Gina, please, she would like everyone to stop talking about her butt.
Then she should quit showing it to everybody.
She can't help it. It's that big. But this is perfect for you, I think, Gina. It's only $89.
$89?
Well, it's actually $90. $89.99.
Well,
I think that's
Costs a
$90.
lot to remain seated.
And
Remain seated, please.
they say
Permanecer sentados, por favor.
they say all the right junk in the trunk. Waiting in line sucks, and if you're
Oh, right, yeah.
so chances are one day you'll be forced to wait in line for maybe a meet and greet at Fan X, a midnight premiere, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, you've all envied the person who brings a chair, but sometimes carrying around a fold-up chair is difficult.
So it's a small beanbag sewed to the butt of some pajamas.
Yeah.
A onesie.
Yeah,
a onesie
onesie.
pajamas.
And
It has a hood.
Yeah, there's a hood.
Does it have pockets? Because I like pockets.
Let me examine it closer.
I don't see any.
Oh, that
Hang
may
on.
be the one thing wrong with it.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
okay.
phew.
Yes, there are pockets in the beanbag onesie, and it's soft fleece and very comfy.
Does it come in other colors?
I'm
Because
looking.
that's green. I would prefer a black one if they have.
I'm looking. The only thing they show in the pictures is the green,
okay. Well,
which is kind of a string bean
Yeah.
green color. Let's see. Buy now doesn't give me a color choice. No.
Bill, thank you.
Sure.
We could have Remain Seated podcast
Beanbag onesies.
beanbag onesies.
Yeah.
So Festus and I are putting together a website for my podcast.
Remain seated, please.
You mean Festus is putting
Yeah,
together
I'm
a
not
website
doing
for?
it. But he said, should we have a merch store, Mom?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I said, yeah. Well, yeah. His fiance had Remain Seated mugs made. I showed you guys the mugs she had made, so, and we're having stickers made. Travis the Pieman's making us stickers.
Well,
So it's this podcast thing is taking off.
this beanbag onesie. This could be a
one of
big
our-
addition.
yeah.
If maybe you can get with the company that makes them.
I think we
And
should
say, we'll share in.
put my logo right on the butt.
I think you're
the butt?
Yeah, right on the butt.
then
So
no
the people
one-
see when you're standing up, they'll see it.
Well, but they won't see it
When
when,
you're
you're
remaining
seated. So
Oh.
you'd want it probably on the
chest,
on the
right
chest
there?
part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carrie. See, you've done this before,
Well, you
right?
got to think about these
There's a
things.
merch store for Geek Show Podcast, right?
No,
Oh, you don't have a merch store?
we used to.
It was a brick and mortar though, and it just
No, I think you can still buy T-shirts. I'm not sure. Go to geekshowpodcast.com and
Now
find
I'm going to
out.
go look.
I know the stickers are at Pyman Graphics Etsy store. You can get all kinds of Geek Show stickers there.
See, now
some I can't talk about.
Now, Travis said we can do what Carrie did and people can buy stickers. And I'm like, well, no, I can make people buy stickers. I'll send them a sticker. So my stickers are going to be
You say that
free.
now. You say that now until you see the lost revenue stream.
But no, that the purchase of Geek Show stickers goes to paying for liquor for the boys. So
it's
it's
a good
important.
call.
I
Oh,
don't
by
know
the
if
way, I left you both, speaking
Yes,
of
I-
liquor,
I saw.
on your chair. We talked about it last week, I think, the Pink Boots beer.
Yeah.
For the breast cancer awareness beer. I was up at Roosters in Ogden, which they have a beautiful new restaurant and brewery up there. And they said, we heard you guys talking about the Pink Boots beer. So I acquired some beer. Somehow.
You came into
Somehow
possession
I
of.
came into possession of some beer for you guys.
Well, you know that the company actually owns that.
No?
So I think we have to turn it in.
I didn't say how
we
I
have to,
acquired
We have
it.
to turn it in somehow.
Somehow, yeah.
Well, anyway, Carrie, you really shouldn't say that the sale of stickers goes to buying booze. It should be a charity. Oh, I guess it is a charity.
It is a charity,
I
yeah.
guess it is.
Oh, and there are T-shirts on geekshowpodcast.com, I guess. T-shirts, sweatshirts, and
there you
that
go.
sort of thing.
Vehicle on fire, I-80 eastbound near the mouth of Parley's Canyon. The car is smoking, but the flames are out. And as you keep going up the canyon, it's a big mess because it's quite snowy in Parley's and elsewhere along the valley. And some of the bench areas are getting quite a bit. Bountiful in particular is getting hit pretty hard with snow. Crash northbound I-15 Pleasant Grove Boulevard, about milepost 275, left and right shoulder being affected there. Crash eastbound SR 201 50th West in West Valley. And looks like that's it. Friends of the program saying roads are slushy and standing water southbound, leaving Davis County, coming into Salt Lake County. Thank you very much. They sent that in via text at 33986. Savor every moment at the Melting Pot in Salt Lake. Come experience the Melting Pot before or after your favorite show or game. MeltingPotSaltLakeCity.com.
All right, full strength news and opinioendo and sports and weather and traffic coming up. Stand by.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about, we give you a 1-hour nonstop music wingding at 10 a.m. on X96.
The best news that I received in New York, well, the best thing that I learned, is that I never have to go on a cruise again.
Good news, everyone.
That's good. Oh, I know
Good
why.
news,
I
everyone.
know why.
Why?
We went out to Liberty Island, and this is the second time now that Sue has gotten seasick.
You go on a ferry out.
Yeah. One time before is we took a cruise around the bay up in Seattle. She was just completely messed up the rest of that trip. And this time, it was our last day in New York. We went out, and she got seasick and was just miserable the rest of the day. So that is some great news. I never will have to go on a cruise. I've been on one. I'm not a cruise guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're
No matter
either
how old you get.
you are a cruise person or you're not a cruise person, and that's all there is to it.
I've never been on a cruise, but I'm worried I would get on a cruise and discover that I am not a cruise
My wife
person.
got quite seasick on a cruise. I think I would enjoy a cruise if it were the right one.
Well, now, see, that's the thing, is that a friend of mine, my friend next door, neighbor, Buckley, he came over and he said, there's this cruise that we go on every year in October that I think you'd have a lot of fun, and you and Sue should come with us. it's a Halloween cruise to Mexico. And people just get rip-roaring drunk and they're running around in costumes. And I said, well, two things. I don't think so, because that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I'm trapped on a
That doesn't
boat
really.
with a bunch of lunkheads.
But there's booze.
And second of all...
That doesn't make everything better.
Yeah, believe it
Really?
or not.
No.
Believe it or not. Because, there are just some people who drink I don't like to be around.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're the same kind of people who like to dress up in Halloween costumes, I mean, imagine being locked in Port au Call on Halloween for 3 days.
Say no more.
See, the worst kind of cruise are those. I mean, do you want to go on a booze cruise? You don't.
You don't.
I'm telling you,
It sounds
you don't.
like a good idea.
You just don't want to. Those things that they label as booze cruises.
Didn't you guys go on one in Mexico?
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. We went in
And
Hawaii.
it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. But there's these small cruise companies that are real high end that I think it'd be kind of, or I'd like to do. There are river cruises where they do cruise adventures on the great rivers of Europe and things like that. I think that'd be,
Now, that'd be okay.
a cruise of the Rhine on a boat with maybe it's like 100 other people or something like that, with high end gourmet meals, but they're expensive.
But I have been spared the hardship that is the cruise. So thank you, Sue,
Forever. That's
thank
it.
you, Sue, for being seasick, for being a landlubber. Thank you.
She doesn't have sea legs?
No sea legs. News, opinioendo, sports, weather, traffic right now. Brought to you by
Start small, save big. Open a 60-month certificate of deposit at Cyprus Credit Union. Receive 3.65% APY with rates this great. There's never been a better time to start saving. Stop by or visit cypruscu.com.
There was apparently a little bit of a feud between the two bands, Foster the People and Imagine Dragons.
I mean, it was mostly just Foster the People being dicks, and then they...
Foster the People frontman Mark Foster apologizing to Dan Reynolds after shading Imagine Dragons. In an interview last fall, Foster was asked what the band Foster the People does with songs that don't make it onto their albums, and he said, we give it to Imagine Dragons.
I mean, it was kind of an offhanded joke,
Yeah.
but...
Now he says, I'd like to apologize to Dan Reynolds and his band, Imagine Dragons. In a passing moment last year, I had some words come out of my mouth that don't really reflect who I am or what I stand for. Foster said that he was moved to apologize after Dan Reynolds posted an open letter earlier this year calling out artists who, quote, feel a need to talk badly about my band for whatever reason, and specifically named Foster the People, as well as Slipknot, Smashing Pumpkins, and the 1975. When Dan posted his open letter speaking from the heart about how the negative words from other artists have affected him, it convicted me, Foster said. He's right. As people with platforms, there comes a responsibility to lead by example. And he said, Imagine Dragons, they're a fine band, and they do a lot of good work in the community.
They do.
And in the country. And
sometimes when a band like Imagine Dragons has such meteoric success so quickly, other bands that have been around a little longer, they're a little bitter about it. Yeah. And why does Imagine Dragons get all this? Yeah, so it's a little bit of that.
Salt Lake City police are searching for a shooter after they say gunshots were fired outside Trolley Square. Officers said nobody hit. in that shooting yesterday.
They never
just
found the
before
guy?
8 a.m. Have not yet, at least as of this writing. Schools in the area were put on lockdown as a precaution. People in stores and businesses were told to shelter in place. One witness said they saw two men fighting a short distance south of Trolley Square, and moments later she heard shots being fired closer to the square. Another witness told police the shooter had fled inside, which prompted an evacuation and search of Trolley Square. Police said the shooter left the area in a vehicle and officers cleared the scene. We found out that he had left the property, Detective Wilking said, and once we determined that, we lifted the lockdown on the property. So they say all they know about him, a bald Caucasian man about 5 feet 10 inches tall. So could be anybody. There is surveillance video that may provide a clue as to who it was. So we told you the story yesterday about the man at the gas station who was punched in the face and was in critical condition. Well, that man has died. He was punched in the face by a Chevron store owner in Clearfield, and he died because he apparently fell backwards and hit his head. Police have identified the victim as 39-year-old Layton resident Brandon Stufflebean. Police said Mr. Stufflebean was at the Chevron off Main Street in Clearfield when he and the store owner got into some kind of an argument over the purchase of a fountain drink, which is certainly worth, punching people out for. The detective that I talked to on the phone said that there was an altercation. This is Brandon's Stufflebean's sister, Brenda. The detective I talked to on the phone said that there was an altercation, there was a lot of verbal argument, and my brother kind of got huffy and stepped close to him really quick, and then he got punched in the face. The doctor said that he hit the back of his head, and it caused so much damage that it was irreversible. Now, I don't know whether they're going to charge the store owner. No arrests have been made. Clearfield police said it's an ongoing investigation. Once their investigation is complete, the case will be sent to the DA, and they'll try to decide if charges are justified or not. I forgot to mention this story yesterday from Opelousas, Louisiana. Burning of churches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple churches.
Yeah, an arsonist burned down houses of worship, and investigators rushed to find clues, worried that this person would strike again. The detective noticed that the same pickup truck was in surveillance video near each of the three predominantly black churches that had been set on fire and destroyed. They found the charred remains of a particular brand of gas can sold at the local Walmart. The pieces started to come together, and quickly they made an arrest.
Oh, nice.
They arrested a 21-year-old white man who is the son of a local sheriff's deputy and an aficionado of a subgenre of heavy metal called black metal. If you know anything about black metal at all, the Norwegians are really into it, and it's a very extreme form of music. And
yeah, that's
it. Pretty much. In a Thursday morning news conference announcing the arrest of the man, Holden Matthews, the authorities said that they had not concluded their investigation, and could not say whether racism played a role. But it seems pretty clear that they're predominantly black churches. So
sure, that's not an X.
Seems that way. Yeah. The United States Customs and Border Protection will send about 100 agents to the Mexico border to speed up crossing times, a U.S. Congresswoman said on Thursday, as businesses grapple with trade delays after officers were redeployed to immigration duties. The slowdowns began late last month when President Trump threatened to close the border if Mexico didn't halt a surge of people seeking asylum in the United States. The administration moved several hundred border agents to handle the influx of migrants, triggering long delays for cross-border traffic because of the staffing shortage. I heard Mike Pence say that the border crisis has just become almost unmanageable, and he said 100,000 people crossed into the United States illegally last month. 100,000 last month alone.
Seem right.
Well, I kind of been looking around and seeing what I could find out about that, if in fact that's the case. Illegal border crossings have spiked in recent months, which is curious because during the Bush administration, they were at an all-time high. During the Obama years, illegal border crossings settled down and got fewer and fewer and fewer. And then as Donald Trump became president and started ratcheting up the rhetoric, the illegal border crossings have actually increased quite a bit.
But it's not a direct cause and effect there because there's all kinds of things that go into why there's a surge of people coming.
But it is
stuff
curious.
happening in their own countries.
It is curious that the more the harsher the rhetoric, the more people seem to be crossing in illegally.
Sure, because there's a panic.
They're afraid
maybe
they won't
they're
get
gonna,
in.
Yeah,
that's the reason. So there is a correlation.
but there are thoughts that he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
To show that there's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
See,
if you look at border crossings and all the statistics, they have spiked drastically, especially recently, and I think it's because people are afraid
it's going to close.
That the border's going to close permanently somehow. We better get in while the getting's good, or sort of good. But all in all,
and we have that friend of the program that lives in El Paso or somewhere
Raul
close to
Montemayor,
and he's like,
it's just there's not a crisis.
No,
we don't. It's not
it's
happening.
the same here as it always is. It's
Pope Benedict.
Yeah,
the ex-pope. Ex-pope
Now,
Benedict.
Bill, I gave you Catholic permission to make this a boner if you want.
Catholic permission.
Gee, thanks.
In fact, I would.
Is it a dispensation from the Barbary?
In fact, I would
From the
encourage
Holy
you
See?
to because I think this is
Catholics.
This is not helpful, Pope Catholic.
Why don't we
Pope
say what he
Benedict.
did?
Okay.
Pope Benedict, who is not the Pope anymore,
Thank
but
God.
they still call him
Really?
the Pope, has broken his silence in a rare essay on sex abuse crisis in the Catholic Church.
Keep your silence.
Claiming that it was caused in part by the sexual revolution of the 60s and the liberalization of the church's moral teaching. In an 11-page analysis published in a German magazine for priests, it's a very great magazine too, the centerfold is terrific, it's called Grüßblatt. The former pope also reveals some of the behind-the-scenes struggles between the Vatican and American bishops in the handling of the crisis and admits that the Vatican was initially overwhelmed in dealing with it. A top Vatican official has confirmed the essay's authenticity. Pope Benedict has been rarely seen or heard from since he resigned from the Pope. But he says that because of moral turpitude and because of the freewheeling sexual mores of the 60s.
Let's look at that, Pope Benedict. What
All
you're
right.
saying is
Okay.
priests had a great moral compass.
Everything was fine.
And then they were watching TV and saw
hippies
and went,
At
you
Woodstock.
know what I'm going to do? I'm going to molest a child. That's
what you're saying?
That's the logic.
Benedict says, now the Vatican, some people have responded to it, some people within the Vatican. It is an embarrassing letter. The idea that ecclesiastical abuse of children was a result of the 60s, a supposed collapse of moral theology and conciliarity is an embarrassingly wrong explanation for the systematic abuse of children and its cover-up. That's according to Catholic theologian Brian Flanagan.
Good.
Benedict.
Brian Flanagan.
Yeah. Google going to open a new data center in Salt Lake. Google Cloud. It'll be the 6th region within the United States, according to a press release from Google. They say Salt Lake was chosen because it is known for its healthcare, financial services, and IT industries. The release also said that this new region will enable customers in the Silicon Slopes area to easily run, oh boy, low latency hybrid cloud workloads. I've been wanting that for a long time.
To somebody, that's exciting.
A low latency hybrid cloud workload. I can't wait to run those. And Disney.
Yes.
Holy mackerel.
Did you sign up, Carrie?
Not yet. No.
Disney Plus.
Yep.
They've been talking about starting a Netflix competitor. Well, they have. In a lavish presentation on the Disney lot, Robert Iger offered a long-awaited detail about his counterattack on Netflix and other streaming services. Disney Plus will cost $7 a month.
For now.
It will arrive. It will arrive on November 12th.
I bet that doesn't last long at all.
Disney said it intended to roll out the streaming service in Europe and Asia starting next year. It expects subscribers to total 60 to 90 million by 2024. They will offer 10 original films, 25 original series, including 3 Avengers spin-offs. Disney announced that all 30 seasons of The Simpsons will be available on day one.
Because they own that too.
Along with nearly all the Star Wars movies,
Yep.
the entire Pixar library, and family-focused movies and shows from its Fox library like The Sound of Music and Malcolm in the Middle.
You could almost just have this.
Yeah.
To market Disney Plus, the company vowed to use the full reach of its empire as it has never done before, starting with a Star Wars fan convention in Chicago this weekend. Disney will also mobilize its cruise lines, global theme parks, retail stores, hotels, and television networks, including ESPN and ABC, to help market this streaming service. Man.
Yes, they announced yesterday that one of the Marvel series is going to be Hawkeye. He's getting his own series, which is good. It was a very good comic written by Matt Fraction, I think in 2012, where Hawkeye owns a building, is like a slumlord. and this is what happens to him when he's not being an Avenger.
Really?
You know?
And you got to have a side business.
Yeah, and there was a girl, Kate Bishop, and he taught her how to shoot the bow and arrow, and she takes over the mantle as Hawkeye.
So would it be Jeremy Renner Hawkeye or a different Hawkeye?
It'd be Jeremy Renner.
Okay.
I'm making too much money in this slumlord business. You be Hawkeye. Yeah, it's and it says that the interface they demonstrated how it works. You know, just how you user will interact with Disney Plus. They say it's very nicely done.
And is there must be like kid Disney Plus and then
Well, the adult Disney Plus will be Hulu.
it'll just all be on
all
that
the stuff on
platform.
Disney Plus
Okay.
is going to be
Kid friendly.
Certain, kid friendly,
Okay.
PG-13. But the adult stuff will be on Hulu because they've got 4 Marvel animated series that they're making just for Hulu that will
Okay.
be for grown-ups.
Oh, okay.
Including Howard the Duck.
They don't own all of Hulu. They own 60% of Hulu.
60%, the controlling interest.
Yeah,
So.
and Hulu says this is good, but they're going to pour a lot more money into Hulu, and we'll be able to do some exciting things there.
And since Netflix, did away with their Marvel stuff and their Disney stuff, I'm wondering why I should stick around for Netflix other than comedy specials. You know?
Well, I don't. They do.
They do a lot of shows.
Netflix does some pretty
Yeah.
cool stuff too. So, I like a lot of the movies they've been making have been really quite good. So, the Sandra Bullock thing, the
Bird
that was
Box.
good.
yeah, and that, and there's just.
All right.
I haven't watched the new Woody Harrelson. What's it called? Highwaymen.
don't
Woody
think-
Harrelson and Kevin Costner.
Has it premiered
I think
yet?
it's there. Yeah, it's there.
All right, sports weather traffic.
Brought to you by Hoops Vision. Make sure nothing gets between you and your life focus. Exceeding expectations in every way. Hoops Vision, Utah's leader in laser vision correction. Call 877-30-LASIK or hoopsvision.com. So tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Marathon. So if you
Oh,
have
really?
to be
It is?
traveling,
Huh.
if you have to be traveling around tomorrow, I suggest you go to the Salt Lake City Marathon website and look at their map. They have a map that shows you the route, and it actually shows you the times that your traffic, might be affected. In fact, our friend Gene, the sign guy, said that there's already some closures happening. What did he say? He said 3rd East between 5th and 4th South is already closed for the Salt Lake Marathon going on tomorrow. So this is going to affect your traffic. Starts at 7 a.m. at the Olympic Legacy Bridge up on the U.
Okay.
And should go about 6 hours. So I would look at that map for whatever driving around you have to do tomorrow, because it actually goes pretty far south from downtown. So that's that. Also tomorrow, Real Salt Lake playing Orlando at 7. It's the only home game for Real Salt Lake the entire month of April. The Bees last night, they beat Fresno 5-4, and Bill,
Yeah.
guess who they're playing tonight?
Is it the River
The
Cats?
dreaded River
I
Cats,
hate
Sacramento River Cats. They're in town all weekend, Bill. You have time to catch a River Cats game. And the Jazz playing their first game in the playoffs. They are in Houston. That game is Sunday at 7:30. Weather. Well, it's still here.
Yes, it is.
The snow and the rain getting more of one or the other depending on where you are, and it's going to happen throughout the day today. Excuse me. There may even be a little of it tomorrow morning for the start of the marathon.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be pretty cold in the 30s tomorrow morning. And you could even have some rain and snow in the morning, but won't be as big of a chance as we have today. Traffic, there's a lot going on. Crashes southbound I-15 at the top of the on-ramp from Pleasant Grove Boulevard, blocking 3 right lanes. I-15 northbound as cars scattered on both sides of the freeway in the same area. Friends of the program saying there's a bunch of them talking about that Orem one. We've got accident northbound I-15 72nd south. Other friends of the program saying it's snowing in West Jordan. I know Bountiful is having some issues. Also slick conditions Park City through Parley's Canyon. They're expecting that to be bad through 8 a.m. and then improve a little bit through there. So once again, give yourself some extra time. Turn your lights on, please. That's traffic.
There we go. All right. We will take a break, and then after this, our Game of Thrones pool.
I've just about finished mine. I just have to decide who's going to become a White Walker.
You've got during these messages to decide.
Yeah.
Because we have to hand it in to Katie, our official.
But wait a minute. She's also in the game. She's also in the pool.
Yeah.
Do we want to trust her?
Yes, we can trust her.
We'll change our answers to
No,
win.
she'll be fine.
Okay, we'll have that for you after these, along with round one of your boners and all that stuff. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
For more than 30 years, Shamrock Plumbing has been the contractor that people trust here in Utah for plumbing. Now, no job is too big or too small for Shamrock Plumbing. They do typical plumbing emergencies. Just don't hesitate to call them for that. They do drain cleaning, leaky faucets, and they do bigger jobs. Maybe you want to do you need to replumb your house. Maybe you're doing new construction. Whatever it is, Shamrock Plumbing can handle it. And nobody will beat Shamrock's pricing on water softeners, water heaters, and that sort of thing.
I had them put in I had a water softener, and they said, let us put in ours. If you don't like it, we'll come take it out. Of course, I still have it.
Call Shamrock Plumbing for pricing before you buy any place else. The entire department devoted to that kind of stuff. And I think they're still offering the free water purification system with the purchase of a new water softener. So call Shamrock Plumbing, 801-295-1690. That's 295-1690. Or go to their website, shamrockplumbing.net.
I could talk about this now because my wife's Christmas party is over, the one that she has at work. And one of the deals is they do a white elephant every year, and it's an exchange, and then they do that. I don't know what's it called, where it's like, I'll take that, and you have this.
You do like
a big swap.
Yeah, like
What's
a
it called?
like a barter. I don't know the
Something
technical
swap.
Yeah.
Anyway, and she went on an Etsy site, and she sent for these crocheted coasters.
Cool.
That was the gift she was taking to the party.
And the reason they were funny is they were shaped like cats' butts. So they were round, and there was a
little butthole
in the middle, and then there were little legs and a tail.
Okay.
So someone had crocheted those.
Okay.
So she sent for 4 of those.
Okay.
Because it was like an Etsy thing, the packaging that they send is not going to be professional.
Right.
So just essentially the person stuffed them in an envelope and put them in the mail.
In fact, the cheaper you can send them, then maybe you can keep a little bit of the postage on your end. Sure.
Exactly. So we get the envelope, and it's in this plastic bag. We care.
We care.
From the Postal Service. Now, I like the Postal Service. I like our post office. I like our postal workers.
I think the U.S. mail is great.
They do a great job.
Yeah.
This envelope was soaked in some kind of chemical that smelled like paint thinner.
Huh.
But I like the fact that above the We Care, someone had taken a label maker and made the little label that says leaked on.
So there was an accident.
So there was some sort of accident with a chemical that they were mailing that smelled like turpentine.
And they put it in that plastic bag.
Yeah.
And then.
So were the cat butt coasters ruined?
Surprisingly, no. She was able to get them cleaned up, and they had a slight smell of paint thinner or turpentine or whatever.
Well, that just made them better.
Yeah.
But anytime I mail a package, they ask me, "Is this flammable?" Clearly, the liquid that leaked on these cat butt coasters was flammable. Some people get to mail flammable stuff, and some do not.
Or they lie.
Yeah. But
well, that's nice. So the Postal Service rescued the.
Well, they just put it in that bag.
Oh, they put the whole envelope.
Yeah, they put the whole envelope in the bag.
So it wouldn't get on other things.
So it wouldn't get on other things,
Because we care.
Sorry about your cat butt coasters. Gag gift.
Yeah.
But the other, whatever it is not going to get leaked on because we got it taken care of.
What's the fine print underneath all of that?
We sincerely regret the damage to your mail during the handling by the Postal Service. We hope this incident did not inconvenience you.
Okay.
We realize that your mail is important to you and that you have every right to expect it to be delivered in good condition.
It's not a personal message. It doesn't go into. We know these valuable cat butt coasters.
It's sincerely your plant manager, processing and distribution.
Oh, I see.
$7:02. Call it. Why not? Sure.
Dun, 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 dun,
So
dun, dun,
this
dun, dun, dun.
weekend, is it Saturday or Sunday? I guess
Sunday.
Sunday, the Game of Thrones starts back up for the final season. 8 episodes, I believe.
6 or 8. Can't
And
remember.
some of them are extra long.
I think an hour and a half now, yeah.
Now, people,
All of them?
Katie,
I
were
think so.
80.
Katie, people were asking about where they could find this.
I need to get it posted. The schedule was scheduled to post yesterday. It did not post for some reason, so I will get that up as soon as this segment is over.
And what we're talking about is this form called the Game of Thrones pool, wherein you predict of the major characters, and there's a list of them, who lives, who dies, and who becomes a White Walker. Now, if you guess correctly on who becomes a White Walker, you get extra points. But
if you say someone's a White Walker and they're not, you
lose points.
Yes.
And then there are 3 bonus questions, which are: is Daenerys pregnant? Who kills the Night King? And who holds the Iron Throne at the end?
Now, we should probably stop here and say, as we discuss this, there may be some spoilers if you're not caught up with it.
Well, that's your own fault.
I'm just. Now I can say we said that.
I was going to say they had 2 years in between this season and the last season to catch up.
So let me propose: how many people did each one of us pick to become White Walkers? Because that's a kind of a risky vote.
I only have 3.
I have 5.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I picked 2.
2? You want to say
7.
who? Cynthia has 7.
Cynthia has 7.
She doesn't know anything.
But Cynthia also knows nothing about Game of Thrones, so everybody dies on her list.
I picked Bronn because he's one of my favorite characters.
I want Bronn to make it all the way.
I do too.
I did too, but then I got
like
thinking,
him.
because I like him so much, he's not going to make it all the way.
I picked him to die, but not become a White Walker.
And then I picked Podrick to become a White Walker.
Podrick.
Because I thought the idea of a Podrick White Walker was fun to me.
Podrick's going to go all the way.
Lives.
My favorite, Cynthia has Podrick to take over the Iron Throne.
That's not a bad.
But let's not include Cynthia in this. She doesn't know anything about it.
Cynthia,
for
not knowing, that is not a bad pick.
It's not a horrible pick.
I picked who holds the Iron Throne at the end.
Okay.
Daenerys.
I have Tyrion.
Tyrion?
Well, I have to go through 2 of these. So one of them is Daenerys pregnant? I said yes.
Yes, I said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I said yes.
So you know who I have on the Iron Throne?
Her baby.
Her baby.
Really?
Ooh, that's a smart
because
That's a good one, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Ooh.
Because the baby's got the
both
northern
both
King of the North,
yeah.
King of the North, and
that's good.
I didn't even think of that.
You know who I picked?
Who?
Arya.
I hope so.
Now I have her living.
I have her living.
She's
too.
gonna make.
So many people have predicted that she's gonna die this season, and I'm begging that she doesn't.
She's too good.
Probably my favorite character.
She's too good.
Yeah.
Well, a girl has been trained how to kill people.
Now my husband and I were talking about this last night, and we were trying to figure out the Mountain because
he's a zombie.
Weird, because he's not dead, but he's not alive.
But he's
now someone is texting here saying the dead are whites, not White Walkers. So is he a white? Is that what that is?
What?
WIGHT?
I don't know.
This is someone who knows more than we do.
So I'm wondering
I guess.
if they mean by White Walker on this page as in like the king and his disciples, not just the zombie style thing.
Oh, I thought you meant the ice zombies.
Yeah,
that's what I thought too.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what I thought.
But anyway, because the Mountain is sort of already.
No, not real. He's not completely dead. I say that he becomes completely dead and a White Walker.
That's what I.
And I just said he's dead.
See, I said he's dead. My brother and my sister-in-law got really deep into the rabbit hole on conspiracy theories with this, along with my boyfriend, and they're convinced because it was predicted sometime in the show that the Hound will kill the Mountain.
Oh, that's right.
The Hound will kill the Mountain. The Hound will kill the Mountain.
I like
Hound
that.
will kill the Mountain.
I've got the Hound alive.
I have the Hound dead because the Hound is still on Arya's list.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, that's
the Hound
good.
is still on Arya's list, and therefore he's dead.
And he'll die in a sort of quasi-heroic way, but he'll die.
Can I change that?
No.
Nope, sorry.
Damn it.
You know, and here's who I say kills the White King.
The Night King?
The Night King, I mean. The Night King. He's dead, and he becomes a White Walker, but before he dies and becomes a White Walker, Jon Snow. Or maybe he kills him when he is a White Walker.
You know, I will say this. For Cynthia, her answer actually is fairly good. She chose Tormund, and I think Tormund would be a great idea to kill the king because
No, I think
he's awesome.
I think Tormund is dead,
No.
and I think he becomes a White Walker very early.
Yeah, I have White Walker too.
I want to see Brienne of Tarth and Tormund babies. That's what I
Aw,
want.
well, yeah, it's the redhead.
I've got them both. I've got Brienne living.
Yeah.
Oh
me too.
yeah.
But I've got Tormund dead.
Now,
Yeah.
as far as the Night King, who kills the Night King? I put no one.
Really?
Mine's blank too.
I don't
Oh,
think.
I
I
said
think he's
really?
I think he.
Think he gets away?
Yeah.
So my brother and my sister-in-law have a theory, and they think that Bran Stark
Bran
is
Stark.
the
Bran
Night
or
King.
Bronn?
I
Bran.
have thought that also.
They think he is the Night
Yeah.
King.
Really?
Yes,
Oh.
because he's the crow, and they've connected a couple of different things.
the three-eyed raven.
Yeah, yeah, there we
please.
go. Sorry, the three. My bad. You're right.
Don't start
Interesting.
calling ravens crows.
You're
They'll
right.
get very upset.
You're
They
right.
do.
I think that is not a bad. I have also.
So I technically
that.
have Bronn dead and turned into a White Walker.
Oh well, I picked Arya to kill the Night King, because I think Arya is one of the biggest badasses
I
on
do
the
too.
show.
I agree 100% with that.
So I found a Rolling Stone article of the 10 likeliest candidates to be on.
See, I should have done some research.
No, I just found this just now.
Oh,
It's
okay.
A lot of people are saying
He's like,
Bran Stark will become.
Well, let me say
will
what.
hold the Iron Throne.
Number 10, Braun,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't know how he can because he's not.
He's a lord.
He kills
he
everybody
was turned
else.
into a lord, but
Yeah, he was. He got a title.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody thinks of Lyanna Mormont, the little
That's
girl.
true.
The little girl.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think she
King?
wants it either, though.
The
Yeah. Okay.
Gendry.
Gendry,
Gendry. Yeah.
because he is the actual son of. Yeah. Okay. I
He's
believe that.
Robert Baratheon's bastard
Yep.
child, one of his many bastard.
Boy, people who
children.
don't watch Game of Thrones are really
They're
tuned
not
out.
listening.
I
They've
know.
tuned out.
Samuel Tarly. Now I can't remember how is he? Oh, his dad was a.
His
He's
dad.
fr-
His
he's
dad
from
was a
a-
lord.
he's
He
from a-
wants to become a maester.
Yeah, he is from a highborn family. He's Sam is highborn.
Yeah.
He's highborn. He was also disowned by his father,
Yeah.
though. His father made him go into the.
Doesn't matter. Still has the blood.
Yeah.
True. You're right. True.
They're saying number 6, Cersei. I hope she's
No.
not still sitting there.
I pray she dies and
I-
gets turned into a White Walker.
I think she's alive.
Number 5, the Night King.
No.
Oh, interesting.
Well, it could be.
That'd be a great ending.
Number 4, Tyrion. I don't think Tyrion's gonna make it.
No.
I
would
really
like
want
it.
Tyrion to make it.
Number 3, Sansa.
I've heard that.
She's pretty good. She lives. I know.
I don't know. I have her dying.
No, I don't.
I have her living.
Number 2, Jon Snow. I just think that's too
Obvious?
obvious.
I think him and Daenerys are both gonna die.
Yeah, and then they say Daenerys number 1. I think the two of them are too obvious.
Now I see. I read another thing that you did had odds on who, and it was Bran was almost even odds. Bran Stark.
I like Bran for the Night King.
I don't like him in any way, shape, or form. All he does is whine.
He can't walk.
I
Bill.
know, but
And
he doesn't have to whine about it all the time.
He doesn't have Hodor to carry him around.
So
That's
gonna-
probably the saddest thing on the planet.
So you're
is
saying
Hodor.
that they'll put wheels on the throne and he can he can get around
Yeah,
that way?
that's right.
They're gonna be sword wheels.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, sorry about that.
Well, there it is.
Here's my favorite message about this. It says, "You guys are up in the night." Oh no, wait, it's not that one. Oh, they started coming in and pushed the one. Here we go. There will not be an Iron Throne in the end. It will get melted down, and they will introduce some kind of representative government. That's what I think. I agree with this texter.
We're gonna have a republic.
Oh
Yes.
boy.
We're gonna.
Representative government. I think that's what we're going to see.
Oh boy.
That's funny. Whoever sent that, thank you. That's-
So now, Katie, we're gonna turn these over to you.
I have a special folder that
You're-
they're all gonna go in.
Okay.
You're in charge now.
Ooh, a special folder.
Yeah, it's our Radio from Hell folder.
Now we haven't talked about what if whoever wins, what do they get?
Oh yeah, what's our bet?
So I proposed your favorite bottle of alcohol.
Liquor.
Yes, because all of us drink liquor here.
Okay.
So that means if I win, I get 3 bottles of vodka.
I would say if you win, you get 1 bottle of vodka from all of us.
I like my idea better.
Right.
That is pretty good.
It is fair.
Okay.
I
wanna
don't
do
care.
that?
I don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Because then when whoever wins, I'll go out and buy a bottle, or you guys can buy a bottle for me.
yes. I like it.
All right. There
Deal.
we go.
All right.
Now we have to wait like 6 weeks or
Oh, yeah.
6 or 8 weeks.
It'll be.
Yeah.
We could always go through by each week of what happened that week.
That's true.
Let's pull them out and look.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
do that.
We have to pull them out and look.
Since they premiere on Sunday, we could always do it the Monday.
No, because sometimes it takes us a couple
you're right,
days.
you're
to,
right, you're
We
right.
should do it Friday
The
before
Friday.
the next
Okay.
one.
Oh,
Is
okay. And then
fair?
that gives everybody a week to watch it,
Yeah.
so they don't
So we're
bitch
not
about
spoiling.
spoilers.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Okay.
Deal.
That's how we'll do it.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, so let's just say from now on, the 7 this time right now, the
7
7
o'clock on
on Friday, it's our Game of Thrones break.
All
Deal.
right.
Is everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as we're here.
Unless the travel brigade comes in or something.
But that's just,
And then we'll just move it.
We'll ask them to
But
come
the
in
same
today. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Katie, for taking care of all of that.
Thank you.
All right. Now, where'd my traffic music go?
I can do it with the Game of Thrones music.
I think maybe we ought to
There we
make
go.
that traffic music from now on.
Dun. Crash northbound Main Street, 24th North in Tooele. Looks like all northbound lanes are closed right now. Drivers are going to need to find an alternate route to I-80 on SR 36. Crashes on I-15 in Pleasant Grove. There are multiple accidents, both northbound and southbound, blocking both sides of the freeway. Now that we have all this Game of Thrones talk, all my traffic tips have gone away. Let's see.
Everybody's texting in Game of Thrones theories.
If you'd sent us one, can you send it again? Because I know there were a couple of.
There's apparently a big tie-up in the Republic of Westeros.
Yes. So if you see some traffic, you can send it to us 33986. But just know that weather is an issue again this morning, so give yourself some extra time and turn your lights on, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Boners, round 1, coming up next.
Here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1. You know, this may be the dumbest moment in congressional history.
Oh, good.
Number 2, wow, we thought we were complimenting them. And number 3, I was trying to teach them a useful skill.
All right. Big boy news, opinioendo, and round 1 of your boners next.
At X96, we realized that the term water
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people walk. They'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking, I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but it turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing kind of American, westernized looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
And you'll decide with your vote of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round one. Not Boner of the Day yet. It's got to defeat the winner of round two's voting. That happens at 8:20 with three more candidates. We'll take the winner of each round. At 9:20 is when Boner Fight happens. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. So pick your champion for round one now. Here we go. Two candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all three, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Not a high five, because he doesn't do that.
Doesn't do that.
No.
You see Bill around town, you hold out your hand and you say, Bill Allred.
Hearty handshake.
I'd like a hearty handshake, please.
I don't deny people a high five
You don't?
anymore. No.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Oh, good.
No, I decided
You don't
that it
leave
was-
them hanging? Because
Yeah,
it's not nice to leave them
no,
hanging.
it was rude of me, and I decided to. I won't initiate a high five, but if someone presents it, I'll do it. And it was, and I think in honor of the man who invented the high five.
That's nice.
So, all right, here's Boner candidate number one. This may be the dumbest moment in congressional history,
Yay.
and there have been a lot of them.
especially lately.
But Representative Thomas Massey, a Republican from Kentucky, is responsible for they say, one of the most asinine moments in congressional history at a House committee hearing this week on the need for leadership to combat climate change and protect national security. The Kentucky Republican thought he could own former Secretary of State John Kerry. Now, John Kerry is an expert on climate. He's made it his business to know a lot about it. He helped broker the Paris Climate Accord. He recently criticized President Trump for proposing to set up a task force that seeks to counter the scientific consensus on climate change. So Trump has said, we're going to put together this panel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you who's on it. It's a secret panel. Mm-hmm. It's a secret panel, and they're going to counter climate change. Massey, the Kentucky Republican, calls advocates of climate change alarmists and believes that the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide is plant food. And now he's talking to Senator Kerry. Now, do you have the audio?
I do.
Here is him. He's questioning John Kerry.
All right, here we go.
Secretary Kerry, I want to read part of your statement back to you. Instead of convening a kangaroo court, the president might want to talk with the educated adults he once trusted to fill his top national security positions. It sounds like you're questioning the credentials of the president's advisors currently, but I don't think we should question your credentials today. Isn't it true you have a science degree from Yale? What's that?
Bachelor of Arts degree.
Is it a political science degree?
Yes, political science.
So how do you get
My
a
regret.
Bachelor of Arts in a science?
Well, it's liberal arts education and degree. It's a bachelor.
Okay, so it's not really science. So I think it's somewhat appropriate that somebody with a pseudoscience degree is here pushing pseudoscience in front of our committee today.
Pseudo.
I want to ask you.
Are you serious? I mean, this is really serious happening here?
You know what? It is serious. You're calling the president's cabinet a kangaroo court. Is that serious?
Oh wait, no. Then the end of that.
Oh, there's more.
He says
I can play the rest of it.
Just a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's the last little bit's good.
Kangaroo court. I'm calling this committee that he's putting together a kangaroo committee.
What are you saying, that he doesn't have educated adults there now?
I don't know who it has yet because it's secret.
Well, you said it in your testimony.
Why would he
That's
have
what
to
you're
have a
maintaining.
secret analysis of climate change?
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
part
okay.
I like.
Why would he?
Yeah. Well, we can't. What could you possibly be hiding?
There it is. Boner candidate number 1, the dumbest moment in congressional history.
And he's doubled down on it.
Yeah. Massey?
Yeah, he's like, no, you misunderstood. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was trying to make the point that John Kerry is not a scientist, and yet he's commenting on that. So it's exactly the point I was making.
Okay. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Well, we thought we were complimenting them. A restaurateur, a white woman, promoted clean Chinese food, and the backlash was quick. The uproar over a Chinese-American restaurant that was opened in Manhattan by 2 white restaurateurs has become the latest front in the debate over cultural appropriation. Well, we were never trying to do something against the Chinese community, said Ariel Haspel, a co-owner of Lucky Lee's. We thought we were complimenting an incredibly important cuisine in a way that would cater to people that had certain dietary requirements. Now, Ms. Haspel is a Manhattan nutritionist with a sleek social media presence, and she wanted to open the kind of Chinese restaurant, she said, where she and her food-sensitive clients could eat. One where the lo mein wouldn't make you feel bloated and icky.
Now,
the next day, yes?
So, clean eating is a thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But here's how. But see, the way she describes the opposite of that is the Chinese food. She said food that's oily and icky. That you find in most Chinese restaurants. In an interview, she said that she had good intentions. I'm sure she did, but she didn't think too much about it. She opened up by the way, Lucky Lee, to make it sound like it was an Asian restaurant. It isn't. Her partner's name is Lee. She said she made all kinds of disparaging comments in her release about Chinese food. Icky, oily, always makes you feel bloated after you eat it, makes your eyelids puffy. so forth and so
Makes your
on and on.
eyelids puffy.
Yeah, yeah, on and on and on about how really crappy Chinese food is. So we're taking it to a good level here and making it. Now, I don't think she intended to be.
No, because clean, like I was saying, clean. There's this movement of eating
sure.
clean, and
But
I'm sure she thought, well, Chinese will just
Chinese
Yeah.
food. We're going to clean it up so that you don't have to eat at those other places. Boner candidate number 2. Well, we thought we were complimenting them. I would just say that Chinese people did not think that at all.
Okay.
Here's boner candidate number 3, or
No.
we'll do it in just a second. It is, I was trying to teach them a useful skill.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Want improved vision without glasses and contacts? Choose LASIK. Choose Hoops Vision, Utah's LASIK leader, for phenomenal outcomes from experienced surgeons. Call 877-30-LASIK or visit hoopsvision.com.
We're talking about the Game of Thrones, and much has been said about the last scenes by Game of Thrones cast, and each one of them has filmed their last scene ever, and each one of them has commented on it to a certain extent. And Kit Harington, who plays Jon Snow, said his last scene filmed as his character couldn't have been more of a wet fart of a scene. What? I think I got my final date changed about 18 times, to the point where I didn't know when it was. I was like, well, just don't tell me. And then it came, and I had that final scene, which was very average. So this may not be. It may not be his last scene in the series.
I'm sure
but the
they.
last thing they filmed.
No, they don't. They don't shoot in sequence.
Yeah. The last thing they filmed with him.
I see.
He said it was very average.
It's probably just walking and talking.
I was just walking somewhere with Liam Cunningham, who plays Davos, and Jacob Anderson, who plays Grey Worm. It couldn't have been more of a wet fart of a scene. However, when he was done, truly done with Game of Thrones, he said the emotions really did come. I broke down after it was over. I'd seen Peter Dinklage do his last scene earlier in the day, and he broke down. I'd been at other people's raps, like Sophie Turner's, that's Sansa, I believe. You just saw them all collapse, and it happened to me. It was a beautifully weighted ending, and then it was like, okay, I'm actually done with this show. I love it. It's my pride and joy. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it, but I'm done, he said.
But you really shouldn't have shaved your beard.
I'm guessing we won't see much of him in the future. This is his
SNL stuff I looked at, I went, oh,
pretty
you're
bad.
not cute without
He's
the beard.
Tim Williams, known as the man on TV saying "Hotel Trivago." You've seen those commercials.
That guy, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's been arrested.
The
in his-
Trivago guy?
Yeah, in his hometown of Houston, charged with drunk driving. He was reportedly found passed out behind the wheel of in a moving lane of traffic with his foot on the brake.
We have Lyft. We have
Exactly.
Uber.
He was.
We have.
He didn't.
there
He
are
was so drunk he didn't
options.
think to call.
I don't understand anyone getting a DUI anymore.
Police are investigating a reported shooting in West Jordan that left a teen with a minor gunshot wound. I think it was outside of a Zurcher's. You think you go there for party supplies, but no, this got shot.
Wow, is he all right?
It was a minor gunshot wound, apparently. The teen told officers that he and his friends had pulled behind Zurcher's at Jordan Landing to let their dog out at 7 p.m. The teen said somebody pulled up in a car alongside them and somebody inside shot at them. He said they got back in the car and drove to a hospital. Police investigating and said that those near the scene said they didn't see or hear anything that could have been a shooting. We had officers come out to the store and check, see if there were any signs or clues that there was a shooting. They didn't find any evidence, so I think maybe they're questioning him a little closer about how his minor gunshot wound occurred.
I was shot at a Zurcher's once.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. The flag pops out and it says bang.
Oh, yeah.
Right in the eye,
Yeah. Gotcha.
Really hurt.
Actor Hugh Jackman is about to embark on a world tour that will take him through Europe, North America, and Australia.
I think he's coming here.
Yep.
Yeah, and you might think that he would be happier making films than spending half a year traveling around the world, performing 4 or 5 times a week, but you would be wrong.
Nope.
He says, I have never had more fun than when I'm on stage. The Man, the Music, the Show, it features stories and songs from The Boys from Oz, Les Mis, Beauty and the Beast, as well as The Greatest Showman. and he says he's particularly looking forward to the Salt Lake City dates in July. He says that he credits the success of the movie The Greatest Showman in large part to Salt Lake City. People
Really?
did, yeah.
Well, 'cause
people
we
in Utah did seem to embrace it.
Because that actress is from
is
Salt
she?
Lake.
Yeah.
So
And
I think that's part of the reason.
It's part of the reason, and it's interesting that the movie was a success. It had not good reviews, but somehow
People loved it.
People who found it and watched it loved it in spite of the critical reviews. He said, I kept getting phone calls from studio people going, "What's going on in Salt Lake City? The film is going ballistic there. It keeps selling out." So I'm really grateful to and excited to bring my one-man show to Salt Lake. Let's see. Oh, Kerry, here's a story for you. How
All
much
right.
time do we have?
Oh, you got a couple of minutes.
I'll do this one now. Researchers in the Far East, the mystic Far East.
Over there.
Yes.
That way.
Yes. Have successfully implanted human brain genes into monkeys.
Don't do
The
that.
procedure was part of a study aimed at getting insights into the unique evolution of human intelligence. However, the tests have sparked fierce ethical debate, with some comparing them to the sci-fi movie franchise Planet of the Apes.
That's exactly what
Caesar,
happened.
anyone?
In the
Yeah.
films, humans clash with a new breed of super-intelligent apes fighting for power. Dr. Jacqueline Glover, a University of Colorado bioethicist, told MIT Technology Review, "You just go to the Planet of the Apes immediately in the popular imagination when you do something like this.
That's exactly
to
what
humanize them would cause harm. Where would they live?
The redwoods outside San Francisco.
What would they do?
They'd
Well,
build
they'd rise
a fort.
up.
Do not create a being that this is serious. She's serious. though.
No.
She says do not create a being that can't have meaningful life in any context. I think that's an interesting way to look at it. The study saw researchers inserting human versions of this brain gene into a rhesus monkey.
Monkeys!
Scientists believe that the gene aids the development of the human brain. The monkeys' brains, like those belonging to humans, took longer to develop. The animals performed better in short-term memory tests and showed better reaction times than wild monkeys. But they didn't grow bigger brains than the control group, and that's what they thought might happen. The study was conducted by researchers in China.
We already have people. We don't need to make people.
Well, if you could make them and they could just be,
For what?
well, they're entertaining.
No.
Monkeys are entertaining. Think how much more entertaining they would be if not only could they roller skate and smoke, but they could sing songs.
Now, see, now you're heading down the classic Planet of the Apes path. You're going to turn them into workers, and that's when they revolt.
Yeah. To me, that's I like that path better, just in the mythology of the movies. I kind of liked that idea better than the way they did it in the reboots. I mean, the reboots were really good, but that idea that the apes became
But see,
subservient.
You need to see all of them because the classic films actually mesh with the new ones too. Because that's how the apes got smart. It's never answered in the classic one how the apes got smart.
That's true.
Other than the humans died and the apes took over.
Yeah.
We didn't find out how the apes got smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's
they
true.
all work together.
Yeah. That's true.
I love Planet of the Apes. Oh, I can talk for hours about Planet of the Apes.
All right.
All right.
That's it.
All right.
Monkeys!
Weather, traffic.
When it comes to mortgage lending, call Rick at Vintage Lending. Well, where else are you going to go? 16 years experience. Call Rick, 801-809-SAVE, or go to loansbyrick.com. We've got another weather event on our hands. Again, blue skies downtown Salt Lake, but other people are having snow and rain issues this morning. And it's pretty cold. We've got 35 right now. Traffic crash northbound Main Street, 24th North in Tooele. Looks like all northbound lanes are closed, and drivers are going to need to find an alternate route to I-80 on SR 36. Multiple crashes, I-15 in Pleasant Grove, both northbound and southbound having issues there. Crash, let's see, southbound Redwood Road, 47th South in Salt Lake. Southbound lanes are closed there. Crash westbound 4th South at West Temple. And let's see. Yeah, Redwood Road, a friend of the program sent us that one. So if you see something you want to share with everybody else and it's safe for you to text, please send it to us, 33986. Get a furnace and AC tune-up for just $49. That's a hail of a deal. Get comfortable and stay comfortable with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I was trying to teach him a useful skill. Milton, Pennsylvania. Police say a man used his girlfriend's teenage daughters to sell marijuana for him. Craig Lytle of Milton facing multiple charges in the case. The girls involved, 15 and 13 years old. Parents tell a local news outlet that they're happy that the police were able to put this operation to an end, and they hope that the girls, who police are calling victims in the case, can recover. Honestly, I hope they can talk to somebody and hope that they recognize this is not something that should be happening or being a part of. Hopefully they can change things in a positive attitude and go in a different direction, said one resident. Police say that Mr. Lytle was taken into custody without any trouble. Officers found a bunch of marijuana in the apartment he shared with his girlfriend and her daughters. Last month, police in Milton took $1 million worth of drugs off the street, and they found these teenage girls working, selling drugs, selling mostly marijuana to people right in the middle of all of it. This is not the first time Mr. Little has been in trouble, or Lytle, I guess it probably is. He's also been charged with theft numerous times. But yeah, he was sending his girlfriend's daughters, teenage daughters, out to sell pot for him. Boner candidate number 3. I was just trying to teach them a useful skill.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. It may be the dumbest moment in congressional history. Representative Thomas Massey questioning former Secretary of State, former Vice President. Was he a Vice President? John Kerry. Yeah, that's right. Questioning him about this climate committee that Trump is going, and not really understanding what a Bachelor of Science degree is or a Bachelor of Arts degree is. Boner candidate number 2, we thought we were complimenting them when we started a restaurant that dissed Chinese food as being almost inedible and heavy and not good for you. So we're cleaning it all up in this bright, clean, happy restaurant. And boner candidate number 3, I was trying to teach them a useful skill.
All right. Here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, because see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It has to defeat the winner of round 2's voting. We'll do this again at 8:20, 3 more candidates. We'll take both of those winners and throw them both into the Boner Dome for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you actually decide boner of the day. So right now, pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that number in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. You can call 877-602-9696. Or go online and look for x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting April 12, 2019, and you can vote there. All right, 300 seconds. Let's go. Round 1. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, Chainsaw Guy.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now,
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right. Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Aubrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I just want to say, and I don't think it is, or source is I don't think it is something. I had this in a June, and then mother and daughter, that you took those around that you send those forever, for a lot of north editor and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I said, and end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine. I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, first to the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then they do it in the thing. And then they take it over and over, piece by piece, all the way, and then get down, and then I kind of get a little bit, and then around, and then he just flies home, and then he will up for them, and then he can live more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just Catherine, Brittany, whatever it is, I think I know. And then go first. So you get her girlfriend, and then you go ahead and you really have a girlfriend. So what you need to do is tell about it here, what you think about, identify it, and then I think I have no plan for expression. And then if you think of the answer, and then you want to and then I think the color is end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
I'm glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Remain Seated podcast.
Okay.
If you haven't listened to last week's episode, though, it's one of my favorites. You should get caught up on.
Last week's?
Yeah.
What's it about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Like the rest of them.
Some of them have themes.
Sort of. It's hard to keep your mind on track, though.
It's 20 minutes. Everybody's got 20 minutes.
Does the new one have a theme?
No.
All right.
It's evolving into us.
It's becoming that.
Couple of dummies.
All right.
It's fun.
Yeah, time to award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by vegetable curry.
And Feldman's Deli, featuring corned beef, pastrami, mustard, pickles, imported from New York City, now serving breakfast and lunch Tuesday through Saturday, dinner Thursday through Saturday, featuring local live music Friday and Saturday nights, 20th East, 27th South. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Boner candidate number one, this may be the dumbest moment in congressional history when Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky was questioning former Secretary of State, but never a Vice President, John Kerry, about what kind of a degree he had. Kerry was there to testify about a panel that Donald Trump is putting together to debunk climate change scientists, and it's a secret panel.
You won't tell anyone who's on it.
Or as they said in the exchange, a kangaroo court or kangaroo panel, a fake panel essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Massey said to John Kerry, "What kind of a degree you have? Do you have?" "Well, I got a degree in economics and political science." It was political science.
Oh,
no, it's a bachelor of arts degree. So no science. You're not a scientist. You just
he was trying to make some point that John Kerry's not qualified either. And he was trying to make some point that actually made him look really stupid.
But what I did like is what John Kerry in a congressional hearing went, "Is this serious? Are we serious here?
Are you serious right now?" Because political science is a pseudoscience.
No, that's when people say pseudoscience, that's not what they're talking about.
No, it's a right-wing buzzword to debunk science.
So boner candidate number two, which is, we thought we were complimenting them, a restaurateur in New York promoting clean Chinese food. Well, okay, but you don't have to just tear down the entire Chinese cuisine along with it. And boner candidate number three, I was trying to teach them a useful skill. It's a guy who sent his girlfriend's daughters out to sell pot for him. The winner of the round, overwhelmingly, so number two and number three kind of tied with a fair amount of voting. But number one, with over 100 votes, wins round one.
All right, there you go. That's the round one winner. It now goes forward to Boner Fight to face off against the winner of round two's voting. Round two happens at 8:20. We'll take the winner of that, throw it in along with one to Boner Dome, 9:20. That's when Boner of the Day is decided by you.
That's still a ways away, isn't it?
It is. Seems like days.
I was...
real quick. Katie put our Game of Thrones pool chart up on Facebook. What about Twitter? Did you get on Twitter? You're doing it now. Okay, so it's on Facebook now, and it'll be on our Twitter account as well.
Yeah, the Radio from Hell Facebook, and you can get a copy of it and play along if you want. So I was looking at Twitter yesterday, and saw this exchange. I don't know, I'm not sure where it started or how it came about, but it was in my notifications. It says X96. This is a guy named Matt. X96, please stop indoctrinating your young listeners with your personal views. And then a friend of the program responded to it and said, no one is forced to listen.
Right.
And the guy came back and said, thank you, I don't.
Well,
and then somebody else comes along and says, it's pretty weird that you know what they're talking about on the show, if you don't listen. And it went on from there.
Well, what was his answer to that?
He said,
curious.
I didn't think he was going to respond, but then he did a bit later. Okay, it's really hard, but try to follow along. I have a teenager that listens to Radio from Hell, and that's who listens to Radio from Hell. Kids.
Really?
Then Matt S. goes on to say, I don't appreciate Radio from Hell personalities trying to indoctrinate young minds.
What are we trying to...
And then somebody else has defined indoctrinate in this
thank
context.
You. They're asking the questions I'm asking.
And now Matt has not responded to
Of
that.
course, because he had to look it up, and that would...
He doesn't listen. So apparently he has a kid that listens,
Now-
though, and the kid comes and says something, and he says, where did you get that idea? And he said, well, I heard him talking about it on the radio.
And that could be.
That could happen.
Could be.
But that doesn't mean that kid is indoctrinated.
But how
And
are
all you
we-
have to do is say, all you have to do is say to the kid, well, just because you heard it on the radio doesn't mean it's true.
Why is just stating your own beliefs? I don't care what anybody else believes. Indoctrinating makes it sound like we have a mission to try to convince people to have a different way of thinking.
I think we do. I do care about what other people
But there's no organized effort. There's no...
It's 4 hours, 5 days a week. I mean, I sort of...
We don't sit down and say, okay, how are we going to convince people?
Well, no,
of
we don't
this?
sit down. We get the email from Mr. Soros
That's
every
right.
morning. That's...
But I mean, it is true. We don't care for the way some people think, and we
Sure.
make it clear
Yeah.
that we don't care for it. But all you got to do, take your young'un in hand, Matt. Take him in hand and say, you're not listening to that
You know what?
anymore.
Be glad I don't know how old your son is, Matt, but be glad he's paying attention and cares enough to think about things. I would be proud of that.
And tell him not to listen to the show. That'll help.
Yeah.
Think about all the times when we were kids and told not to do something. Yeah. Go ahead, Matt. Tell him.
I think it's interesting that Matt knows our audience too. That's who listens to Radio from Hell.
Yeah.
Kids. Man, that's not the case.
Not the case.
I mean,
Sorry.
some.
I'd like more.
Yeah.
We run into people all the time that say, my dad listened to you guys in the car taking me to school, and now I listen to you guys when I'm driving my kids to school. We meet that person.
I wish
all
we
the time.
had more kids listening to our show, as Carrie just said,
Mm-hmm.
because they're way easier to indoctrinate than the adults.
Grown-ups have already made up their minds about things.
Exactly.
Yeah, we get them. If you get them young, 14, 15, you can really mess with their minds and change their way of thinking.
That's what we did with Katie and Cynthia, right?
Yeah.
We indoctrinate you guys?
Mhm.
Okay, good.
They were both fine, conservative, upstanding girls before they started listening to this show.
And then the indoctrination began.
It's like I went to the pharmacist yesterday. I got to see the pharmacist at least 3 times a week. It seems as though I do anyway. And
it's because you're a liberal drug addict.
That's right. I got to keep up my meds. And one of the pharmacists there, a new one I hadn't seen before, said, "Yeah, I've been listening to you since '93. I love your show." '93. And then every pharmacist, there were like 3 pharmacists and 2 techs in there,
Mhm.
and they all said, "Yeah, we all listen. We all listen to your show."
Are they all indoctrinated?
They all range in age, probably from late 20s to in their 30s, and I don't know, maybe that. Yeah, he was probably late 30s. So kids,
Well,
you know.
you'd think with all the indoctrinating we're doing, things would be changing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Children, you support the fact that climate change is real. It's real. There's the indoctrination for today.
Things are changing, Gina. Gays get married now, don't
That's
they?
true. You know, I know we have to go, but
We do.
I was thinking about, I was driving on the freeway looking at billboards the other day, and I was thinking about our alternative lifestyle billboard we did
Years ago. Yeah.
like 20 years ago or
Oh, was that
something.
long?
It's been a long time. And the joke was, that we were going to scare people into thinking that gay marriage was going to be a thing.
Starting, you could get married. And
Now look.
It was a joke.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that
Well,
driving.
and you remember that billboard in Utah County was vandalized twice.
Yep. And guess what? Now it's the law.
Because we indoctrinated.
You'll get a gay marriage.
You'll be forced.
Go marry a same-sex person.
Same-sex person. Crash at the intersection of Redwood Road, 47 South and Taylorsville. Eastbound and southbound lanes are blocked there. That's causing some major issues there. We've got crash US 189 Canyon View Park in Provo. Crash southbound I-15 just prior to Pleasant Grove Boulevard in American Fork. Crash eastbound SR 201 at 73rd West in Magna. Crash westbound 4 Southwest Temple. So weather being an issue again this morning for people. Slow down, turn your lights on, please. Announcing the Excellence in Community Concert Series, Wednesdays from 7 to 9 at Galvin Center. Enjoy free concerts from some of Utah's most talented musicians. Dancing is encouraged. Learn more at excellenceconcerts.org.
And thanks to everybody who's texting in and in the chat room saying how long they've been listening. And we love you all and we appreciate it.
Yes, we do.
And remember, vote blue no matter who. There you go, the indoctrination. Okay, let's. We got to take a break. We'll be back. Best question, mad question of the week. After this, stand by.
X96. It's Corey O'Brien, and this Sunday.
I had an email also from Little Weenie Intern.
Oh, who's supposed to be here today?
Is he?
Wednesdays. No. Kerry, he quit.
Well,
remember?
I know. He's supposed to be here to offer our best friends of the program Little Weenies.
And he's quit us.
Because in the morning, we ask the important question, Little Smokies or Little Polskas.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, people had not tried either.
Nope.
So, and it was great. We still have the crock pots, the little crock pots under my desk.
Thanks, Dominic.
From Gina's cousin. This is your little, it says, Dear Radio from Hellcast. This is your former Little Weenie intern again. I have a request that I wish to run by all of you. I'm a bit nervous to ask you all of this, but...
No, you've abandoned us.
I have
whatever
to
it
try.
is.
I've been bummed out all week because of having to quit my internship. And I've debated pulling a Michael Jordan or more recently a Brett Favre and coming out of retirement, or a Lance Armstrong. And coming out of retirement, but alas, I cannot. I have too much school on Wednesdays, and yes, I do want more time with my wife. But that being said, I want to be a part of the show in some way so bad that I have an idea. I want to be the first Radio from Hell email news intern or something to that effect. Now, hear me out. This is my idea for it. As you know, I live in Ogden, and I get the Standard Examiner newspaper. As I read this paper, I often find news that seems to be in the paper for no other reason than to fill newspaper space. The news in Ogden is outright boring. My idea is that I could write a weekly email and share some of these news stories in a fun, comedic way. You could call it the Ogden Weenie News or something similar. If you like the Weenie News that week, you could read it on the air. I think that this would be a great opportunity for me to improve my writing skills, and that's why I look at it as an internship still. I know Richie's in charge of the internship, so of course ask him for his input about this as well. And maybe I could make a rare occasional visit to the studio, Weenies and all. I almost did not write to you to ask this, but I thought, why would they even consider doing this for me? But then I thought, well, I was a good little weenie intern, and maybe they will cut me a break. At least give me a week or two to see if I can do it. And if y'all want to let me do something else similar to this, or if you have any other ideas, please just let me know. Maybe this was a bad idea. If it is, let me know. Thanks for letting me listen and cook the weenies. Love you, former little weenie intern Ben.
Well, Richie, of course,
comes Stedman.
in charge of the interns. He probably wants to weigh in.
He can. Yeah, we can have him help us out. If he'd like to help us out with the big ass show, we could use a hand.
Oh.
And if you and Ben, I'll send him an email. But if you want to send some news items from Ogden, no guarantee that they would make the air, but.
And I'm being sincere, Ben. And if you in the future you clear your life up, you can come in and be here with us in the morning because I like you well enough.
He's a great guy.
The problem is he kind of sounds like he wants to rewrite the news in Ogden, whereas we probably just want him to send us copies of the articles.
Well, let's see what he can do.
Doesn't that sort of go against your rule about professionals doing comedy?
Well, I'm not saying he'll make the cut.
Hmm.
You know, I'm not saying it'll get on, but see what he can do.
I can delete that one if you like.
Delete all of them. Every single one of them.
Not that he'd take a picture with you. That's not.
No,
it's just.
no. Of course I will.
It's just tiresome to listen to. All right. Is this sponsored?
No.
Okay.
It should be. Best question of the week. You email these to us at radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best or in the subject line, and we read them on Fridays. Interesting that we were just talking about indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
We picked this best question before we started talking about that, but it kind of goes.
Okay, all right. What is the question?
This says, "Good morning, Lords. Thanks for letting me listen. And Gina, don't get up. Over the last few years, I've been figuring out my own personal beliefs versus the ultra-right/righteous, same thing, right? Way I was raised. I'm a 39-year-old stay-at-home mom, mother of 5.
Okay. Perfect for indoctrination.
Listening to your show has helped me see the other side of an argument and open my heart up to a different way of thinking. Now I'm fighting for the other viewpoints in conversations with friends and family." It's exactly what we were talking about.
Okay.
As I've been going through this, one question goes through my mind, and that is, What is good?
What is good?
How do you know what is good? The church says coffee is bad, so members load up on Diet Coke and energy drinks for caffeine, which is obviously a lot worse for you with all the chemicals in it. Excellent point.
Yes.
That's my question to you. In your life and experience, how do you decide? Is that your coffee?
Coffee,
Carrie?
having a little coffee.
How do you decide what's good? Do you follow the main rules of social construct, your gut? I think this is a very interesting question.
I have a serious answer.
Really?
Yeah. I think when you're young, you follow certain rules that are set up by either by your church or your family or both. And they say this is what is good and this is what is you should avoid. And so you try to follow that because that's what they say. That's what they say you're supposed to do. And so you go along with it. And then at some point, you start using your own judgment.
I mean,
on that.
hopefully you do.
Yeah, and you say, you know, what my parents or my church said about this, that is good. That is the right way to go. But this thing that they said, I'm not so sure that's right for me.
And that both of those
okay.
things can exist. It's not like if you start to question coffee, that means you throw out everything else that has to do with.
No, if you have a baby and some bath water, you have to throw them out together.
But I think there are people that think that. Oh no, if I question this small. We were talking about this with my kids at dinner the other night. We were having dinner and there was some meat thing on the plate, and we asked Mohammed, "Do you want some cheese on that?" And he said, "No, I don't like to mix meat and cheese." And as a joke, I said, "Well, that's because you're Jewish, honey." and he said, "Yeah." He said, "You know what? Why don't Jewish people like to mix meat and cheese?" And we had a discussion about it, and he actually on his own came up with, was there something a long time ago that maybe there was a safety reason why Jewish people didn't eat pork? And we had this, and we said, yeah, actually they were.
So what Gina's trying to tell you is from now on you should listen to everything her son says and follow that.
My point is we had a conversation about, it's the same dietary restriction thing as she's talking about coffee. I mean, you could take a maybe arbitrary thing like why don't Jewish people eat pork? There's a reason for that, but there's a larger religion there that's not just, I mean, that's a minor part of the whole thing.
Sure.
You should take those things. Bill made an excellent point. You can start questioning some of it, and well, this part I don't quite get. I like all this other stuff, but that part I don't care for.
Yeah, it's I always just listen to the Lou Reed song "What's Good" for answers. So it's
life's like me and a soda, and life's like space without room, and life's like bacon and ice cream. That's what life's like.
Anyway, no.
Yeah,
but,
I agree.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, because we were all raised in a religion, and then began to see the world and meet a lot of people who were not the same as us. And we began to realize that maybe some of the stuff that we were taught and told by our parents was not accurate. And
my parents were liars.
You can really make a great a bunch of growth the minute that you realize that just because your parents said it doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct.
And may I say, Carrie,
and that's tough to do for some people.
Boy, Matt S. is going to be really upset about this.
There are other things, though, Carrie,
yes,
that you look at as you get older and you go, now I get why my parents told me that. When I was younger, I thought they were full of it, and now that thing makes sense. I guess the broader point here is you need to be critical of the things around you and make up your own mind about it.
Mama told me not to come. That ain't the way to go home. She told me that all the time.
What's good? You know what's good.
Well,
you know.
not always.
You don't?
No. I think that we all still, no matter how wise we think we are, make mistakes. You make mistakes because you think This is the right way to go. This is the right. Oh, no, it wasn't. No. I did the wrong thing there. You still make mistakes. You still make errors in judgment. There's no way around it.
And that's okay.
Sure. It's how you learn.
But I think mostly you know what's good and what's not.
If I'm ever puzzled, I just think to myself, what would Captain America do?
Not Captain Kirk anymore?
Not so much Captain Kirk. You know, he screwed up every now and then. If you're going to use a Star Trek analogy, I use the Godhead, the trilogy. Kirk, Spock, McCoy. They each bring something to the party, and sometimes you need to ask Dr. McCoy what to do.
Love of alcohol. That's what I bring to the party.
You know, actually, Carrie, that's a good point. You should have a diverse group of people in your life that come from different backgrounds and different educations and different experiences, because sometimes you need somebody from a different point of view to help you understand something. You shouldn't surround yourself with people that all think alike and look alike. And
we do accidentally almost. We always live in the neighborhoods where there are people like us, or we try to, we read the same magazines that are stories and books that are.
Then we should seek out.
You should.
Diversity, and we're all. It's in this room. We're guilty of it.
I have a neighbor. I don't know him very well, but first conversation I ever had with him, and now this is a guy who's gone to Harvard, is on the board of Harvard's law review. I mean, he has a big family, and when he moved into the house, he said, "Yeah, we lived in I don't know Draper or Santa or something, but I thought it would be good for my kids to see what it's like to live in a more urban setting. So we moved here downtown,
next to Bill Allred,
next to sinners and heathens, and But
that was a purposeful decision, though.
Yeah.
It would have been easier to stay out in the suburbs.
But I thought it would be good if we moved down here and just see what it's like to live in town.
Well, all right.
So thank you. If you have the best question you'd like us to consider, send it to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And someone just texted in, this is best advice I've heard is question everything. So I said, okay, I'm currently questioning gravity. Whoops. Come on. There you go.
Both canyons' road restrictions have been lifted, so go ski. While I'm doing traffic, I want to remind you that there's the marathon happening tomorrow morning. While you're planning your Saturday, it would probably be a good idea to go to the Salt Lake City Marathon website. There's a map there, and it actually tells you at what points along the route your travel will be affected. There's already some road closures in downtown Salt Lake getting ready for the marathon, so be aware of that. Thank goodness it's Friday. Blow off some steam at Gracie's Patio with cocktails, beers, friends. Stick around for dinner and a show with Eric Anthony at 6, followed by DJ Che at 10. Gracie's is for 21 and older only.
All right, thank you.
Here's round 2 of your boner candidates. Number 1, bad behavior in the air. Number 2, this time you've gone too far. And number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail.
All right, there you go. That's round 2 of your boners, along with big boy news and a Pinuendo coming up next.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be attainable. You can enjoy X96 in the comfort of your own home without having to get off your ass. Unless, of course...
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL. And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Yeah, they had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hail stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway.
Mm-hmm.
McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not gonna like this, Legrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not gonna be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm gonna have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail, and I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
that we just had. My wife has texted us. Mrs. Bill says, "Wow, what an intelligent, thought-provoking discussion. I wish little Mrs. Bill had been in the car." I'm not sure if she's being serious or sarcastic. It's hard to say when you just tweet or text something.
I think she's being serious.
Well, that's why the /s at the end of a sentence that's sarcastic helps.
I've heard you say that's
Yeah.
used before. I've not seen it being used, but you put just a slash and an S.
Yeah, slash and an S.
That'll indicate sarcasm.
Mhm.
So you think she's being serious?
I think she's
Gina?
being serious.
Well, if she's listening now, she'll let us know for sure.
I get you, Mrs. Bill.
All right. The deep voice guy just told you all the information you're going to need, but don't worry, I'll repeat it. You'll need that information to vote for round 2 of your boners, presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, keeping in mind boner means mistake. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote on them. And the winner will advance to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. See, if it wins here, it has to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. So Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when we'll have you decide Boner of the Day. So champion of round 2 right now. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a gift card to go to Campos Coffee.
Yum.
Here's Boner. Oh, she says, "I am serious."
Oh, okay.
Exclamation point /S. No, it says.
What?
No, it says, "I am serious." Boner candidate number 1, bad behavior in the air. I got 2 stories here. One Gina sent me yesterday about passengers boarding an Alaska Airlines red-eye flight in San Francisco. They were in for quite a surprise. They were halfway through the flight, they had to divert to Chicago.
Whoops.
One of their fellow passengers tried to break one of the cardinal rules of modern air travel. Do not smoke on airplanes. Then the passenger refused to comply with flight crew instructions and tried to light up a cigarette again. So twice. Now once, they probably would have said, "Okay, we're okay, just don't
do it."
Yeah, but when she tried to do it again, that's
Well,
it.
yeah.
Diverting the plane
Way to go.
Chicago. And another story that I had, an apparently drunk woman made an ass of herself on a Spirit Airlines flight from Orlando to Newark, throwing a tantrum when told to turn off her phone, flashing her fellow passengers while twerking, and flipping off various people who said, who were recording her and who were saying she was causing problems.
How is there room to twerk on a plane? I don't even know.
Well, with you there isn't, but some people.
Some people can?
Some people can. Boner candidate number 1, bad behavior in the air. This is Boner candidate number 2. This time you have gone too far. And I think it's not just this time. Charles Ross has been arrested for at least the 6th time for allegedly impersonating a police officer.
He looks like a police officer. I can see where people would believe it.
Who is Charles Ross? Charles Ross is a YouTube prankster. And he has several times been arrested and reprimanded for doing these stunts, but never had to suffer serious consequences. The first one happened back in 2012 when he was 18. He filmed himself doing a backflip over 2 police officers sitting on a park bench. They tackled and cuffed him. He was later released. No serious consequences. Later, Mr. Ross posted that video on YouTube, and it was watched by at least 11 million, or it was watched at least 11 million times. Other things that he's done: stacking slices of bread on the heads of sleeping people on the beach, dressing up in military fatigues and screaming at strangers.
So he's annoying.
Putting hot dogs and pickles into the pockets of unsuspecting shoppers in stores, dressing up as a pirate mascot, and digging up a cemetery plot. And he posts all of these things, and he gets all these YouTube views, these stunts. 2 million followers across 2 channels, YouTube and Vlog Creations.
What's his name?
His name is Ross.
I'm wondering what his YouTube.
Charles Ross. And his YouTube is Vlog Creations and Ross Creations. Creations. But this time he's gone too far. He dressed up as a police officer for his latest prank. It was his 6th arrest in Florida. each of which stem from the stunts he'd performed. He dressed as a police officer and started accosting people, telling them he was going to give them tickets. He starts, and for ridiculous things. He said to a woman who, she was wrangling 2 kids and loading groceries into her car, and he went up and said, "Ma'am, I'm going to have to write you a ticket for improper parking." So he's just started harassing people dressed as a police officer.
So he's an
annoying
annoying jerk.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, this time you've gone too far. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Bonanza Campout returns this June to River's Edge with DJ Snake, G-Eazy, Empire of the Sun, Grizz, Chromeo, Black Bear, Machine Gun Kelly, and more. It's an all-ages show. Tickets and camping are on sale now at bonanzacampout.com.
Oh, man. I hate to do stories like this. Embattled influencer Olivia Jade Giannulli has been cutting loose despite the glare of the college admissions scandal, according to reports.
Well, she told us she likes to party.
The beauty blogger partied with pals in Los Angeles just days before her parents, Lori Loughlin and Massimo, rejected a plea deal for their alleged involvement in the nationwide college cheating scam. The social media star and a group were spotted over the weekend drinking, laughing, staying out late. Olivia is focusing all of her time on hanging out with her friends, a lot of whom are social media influencers and internet stars, and she's been filming some content with them.
Content!
Meanwhile, Loughlin and her husband were slapped with extra charges and now may serve up to 40 years in prison. But that's not going to stand in the way of brave 19-year-old influencer Olivia Jade from partying hardy.
I hate these people.
Mick Jagger seems to be making a pretty quick recovery from heart surgery.
Right.
The Rolling Stones frontman posted a picture that was seemingly taken Thursday. I don't know why it says seemingly.
Well, it could be a fake picture, Bill.
No,
he could be on his deathbed, and they're trying to
I
trick
think
us.
I think heart. So he had I think it was a valve replacement, faulty heart valve, and those operations have become so successful and so routine that people I know who've had it say, I feel better now, like 2 days after surgery, than I did before I had
my dad
the surgery.
Oh, did he have valve replacement?
He got it like a stint kind of thing, and a couple of them, and he said, I feel great.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing because you start feeling crappy and run down because your heart isn't functioning right, and then you wake up from the surgery and you're in a little bit of pain, but you go, oh my God, I feel better already. His fans immediately responded with well wishes and commented on how great he looked barely a week after undergoing a heart valve surgery. Now, of course, saying that Mick Jagger looks great, you have to take that in. You have to take that in context. A man here in Utah, a customer who was found unconscious outside of a Chevron gas station, has died, according to police. The victim was identified as 38-year-old Brandon Stufflebean of Layton.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Reading a message.
According to witnesses, a verbal argument broke out between Stufflebean and the store's owner over a drink purchase. The argument escalated into a physical altercation. Stufflebean was punched once in the face, apparently, but he fell back and hit his head. He was taken to Davis Hospital in critical condition and died yesterday. No arrests have been made. The incident is still considered active, however, and the owner of the store is, saying he's cooperating. I mean, he's not trying to make excuses. He said this is what happened. Saratoga Springs parents are concerned about walking routes to a brand new middle school. They're worried that their kids don't have a safe journey. It's because some parents expect their kids will have to cross Redwood Road. Technically, the road is a state highway, and it's the only real north-south vector for Saratoga Springs on the west side of Utah Lake. Patty Brown, who lives in the neighborhood off of Redwood Road, said she doesn't like even to walk along it. However, her son might have to walk along Redwood Road twice a day this coming fall as he's to attend the new Lake Mountain Middle School. has to cross Redwood Road to get from his neighborhood to school, and that's a problem. It's a highway, and kids are crossing a highway, and there's really no,
That's not a road I would want to.
No,
if I had kids, I wouldn't want them to cross that road.
So UDOT has so they could control the speed limit, but other actions need to be taken. They need crossing guards or something. There's a new lawsuit. The Center for Biological Diversity has filed it, suing the federal government, saying they have neglected their legal obligation to reintroduce grizzly bears to their natural habitat, including much of Utah. The CBD says the Endangered Species Act requires the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to implement a proactive plan to reestablish grizzlies, which are still considered threatened in the lower 48 states. The group included a map of potential habitat in the materials that they made public, and it includes a diagonal stripe of the state of Utah, which runs from State Street to South Temple, State Street to 2nd East, and South Temple to 21st South. Grizzly bear happen? No, it doesn't really. It's a small area around Flaming Gorge in the northeast, and in the northeast through the Uintas and extending south and down into Washington County near St. George. Grizzly bears once lived in that, all through that area.
I did not know that.
And no longer do. But they're suing to get the federal government.
If you give them a good interest rate on a mortgage, they'll come back.
Certainly.
Well, there's a lot of shortage of housing, though. Let's see. Herman Cain.
The Cain train.
You bet. His chances to win confirmation of the Federal Reserve plummeted yesterday.
Yeah.
As at least 4 Republican senators said, no. Those defections would be enough to defeat Mr. Cain in a divided Senate should Mr. Trump follow through with his plans to formally nominate him. Mr. Cain, was a Godfather pizza executive, I think, whose 2012 presidential run was upended by claims of sexual harassment, is currently undergoing a background check, and President Trump has said he will wait for that to be completed before officially nominating him to the 7-member federal board. I don't know how much of a background check you would have to do.
Isn't it all pretty much out in the open?
You would think.
It's all there.
You would think.
And the other guy that he's nominated is not as well known as Herman Cain,
This
but
guy,
just as much of a problem.
Bernhardt, Interior Secretary.
Oh, he's
been confirmed as the head of the Interior Secretary.
No, he also for the Fed.
Oh,
he's got 2 people nominated for the Fed.
I don't know who the other one is.
He's a pundit who he's really problematic. Moore, I want to say.
Problematic pundit.
Yeah.
There is the Interior Secretary. They've confirmed David Bernhardt. He's a former lobbyist for the oil and agribusiness industry.
Really?
Yeah.
Swamp.
But that's great that they've now put him in charge of the Environmental Protection Agency.
Well, fill the swamp. Wasn't that the chant? No.
I think it. And there's a musical in previews right now in New York, based on Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, I heard about
this. It's
this.
Beetlejuice the musical.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw some pictures of the set today.
Oh, cool.
Beautiful pictures.
X96.com/live.
Oh, yeah, there's one. That's part of the set.
Enjoy it because it's really unlikely you're going to get a sequel to Beetlejuice. So.
Oh, you mean a movie?
A movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen, I don't think.
I haven't heard anything about, how this is, if it's good or bad, or it hasn't had probably official reviews, but people have seen it. But the set is just absolutely incredible. It looks beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Sports weather traffic.
Brought to you by LHMUsedCars.com. They have over 1,000 used vehicles in inventory. 6 locations: Orem, Sandy, Murray, Ogden, 90th South, plus trucks and imports located in Sandy or LHMUsedCars.com. So tomorrow is the Salt Lake City Marathon. I would highly recommend you go to the Salt Lake City Marathon website. There is a map there that will show you all the different road closures and what times they'll be affected. And if you've got to get around tomorrow, it's a good idea to check that out. Starts at 7 a.m. at Olympic Legacy Bridge and will finish 6 or so hours later at Library Square. You've got RSL playing Orlando tomorrow at home. That's at 7 o'clock. Jazz playing the Rockets on Sunday at 7:30. And Bill, the the Bees playing your dreaded River Cats tonight.
Jeez.
That's sports. Weather, we got it cleared up a little bit downtown, but we are going to still be dealing with those off and on rain or snow showers that affected our morning commute. Things have cleared up quite a bit, though, as far as traffic's concerned. There was an earlier accident, Redwood Road, 4709 South in Taylorsville. But things look like they're moving pretty well. Other than that, northbound through I-15 in Pleasant Grove, there were a couple different accidents there earlier. That seems to be moving. So if you see something you want to share with other friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986. Have you been to Moochie's lately? They're cooking up something new for you. Besides their famous authentic Philly cheesesteaks, try the new Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, differently delicious.
All right. Boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail. The one thing you should not do if you have a warrant out for your arrest is go on social media and taunt the police who are looking for you. Chloe Jones learned this lesson the hard way last week after realizing she'd been named to the Greene County Sheriff's Office top 10 most wanted list for failing to appear in court on unrelated assault charges. The 23-year-old Wind Ridge woman used the opportunity to tease law enforcement. Hey, do you guys do pickup or delivery? She commented on the Greene County Sheriff's Facebook page.
I bet they could come pick you up.
In the ensuing hours, fighting words were exchanged between Jones and several other Facebook users critical of the woman's online barb at the cops. During the course of the bickering, Jones revealed accidentally that she was in a hospital in Morgantown, West Virginia. Officers from the Morgantown Police Department went to visit her at the hospital, confirmed she was wanted on an active warrant, and took her into custody. She was extradited to Pennsylvania soon after her arrest. Ms. Chloe Jones and her witty comments are taking a break from our Facebook comments section due to the jail not having internet for her use, they commented. Boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail.
Always think before you hit the send button. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, bad behaviors in the air. An Alaska Airlines flight diverted because a passenger kept trying to light a cigarette, and another flight, this one out of Florida, where a woman was twerking, flashing people, and flipping them off and using foul language on the flight. Boner candidate number 2, this time you have gone too far. A YouTube prank star who's been arrested for 6 times but always skated free, he will not this time because he was arrested for impersonating a police officer, which is pretty serious. And Boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1. We did that an hour ago. In the Boner Dome at 9:20, that's when Boner of the Day, is actually decided by you. So round 1, that's round 2, that's what you're picking on right now. Pick your champion for round 2. I'll get it right. 1, 2, or 3. It's a candidate that you think should win in this round. Put that number in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. You can call 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting April 12, 2019. You've got 300 seconds. Let's go. Round 2.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about, we give you a 1-hour nonstop.
Lionel Elgin, our friend.
Baseball announcer.
Baseball announcer extraordinaire.
I've had people asking me about Lionel. What's happened
Well, you
to
know,
him?
the season started again, and he got another job. He announces baseball on radio stations, and
he keeps getting jobs because he's really good at it.
he is excellent at it. He's very colorful. He loves the players, is the thing. He really, really, really loves baseball players. Really.
Yeah. You'll see what we mean.
This is the latest tape he sent me. He got fired again. And this is what happened. This is the last one that he was at. Here you go. You tell me if he deserved firing or not. I don't know.
So we're set to go here in the third. And what a beautiful day for baseball it is. Like a day in the park, folks. The athletes like cuddly little pets, frolicking, running, jumping, chasing, and retrieving balls. Furry, fuzzy fellas. So here comes Davis now, 0 for 1 today, flying out to right in the first. Notice the way Davis likes to sway back and forth, foot to foot at the plate. First offering from Lee, fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. And as Davis teeter-totters back and forth, one can't help but notice the up and down motion of each cheek of his finely toned hind end. Like two pistons in a perfectly timed machine, lubed with oils and perspiration for maximum viscosity. Lee set now, kicks and fires, breaking ball low, 1-1. They call it the show, folks, and no wonder. Davis very muscular. Also, one of the unfortunate individuals involved in the steroid controversy, being questioned by league officials. Of course, Davis denies it. The 1-1 pitch, just inside ball 2. I don't personally know much about steroids. I know in most cases they're taken via hypodermic needle. And I'm of the opinion, folks, that if a player wants to stick something in his hind end or have a fellow teammate poke him in the rear, so be it. Who are we to judge? If it helps the game, bend me over and stick it in.
And see, then that's when they went to commercial at that point, and
they fired him.
Then they fired him.
He doesn't get it.
Now, was it his comments about steroids? Is that what the problem was?
That must be it.
Yeah.
You know what
He sounds pro-steroid. And
You know what the problem is that he needs a color man.
He does. He needs someone in there with him.
He's doing it all by himself.
He needs to do the play-by-play.
I mean,
he needs somebody to do the color.
I think he's capable of doing. Well, he does both. I think perfectly.
Yeah, he does both, but he needs to.
I'm going to continue to send these to Larry Miller, and hopefully we can get him hired for the Bees. Because
you just like him in town.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent. He's an excellent announcer.
I think we got enough of his kind in this town.
time for the winner of round 2's boner voting.
And then that's brought to you in part by some homemade mango chutney.
And do you need coffee? You need Campos. More than just coffee, Campos Coffee Roastery and Kitchen serves outstanding food with a focus on light and fresh ingredients. Located at 228 South Edison Street in downtown Salt Lake, or online at camposcoffee.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was bad behavior in the air. 2 examples. One, a woman trying to smoke on a flight, and the other, a woman drunkenly twerking, exposing herself, and flipping off passengers on another flight. Boner candidate number 2, this time you've gone too far. A YouTube prank star. I don't know what I'd rather be, an influencer or a prank star.
I'd rather be an influencer.
But he's been arrested many times for the stupid pranks he's pulled, but this time he's probably gone too far. He impersonated a police officer. And boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail. A woman on a Pennsylvania most wanted list taunted cops on their Facebook page, accidentally revealed where she was, and they went and got her. Ha, ha, the joke's on you. Jean won a gift card, a coffee gift card, Campos. And the winner, boner candidate number 3, your witty comments have landed you in jail.
All right. Shaping up to be a good boner fight at 9:20. We'll take the winner of round 2 here, the winner of round 1 back there, and throw them both into the Boner Dome at 9:20. And you will decide boner of the day at that time. Then Dave the Flower Guy will come in after that and decide boner of the week for you.
Oh, I was going to do this story in the news, and I forgot, but Spencer Cox, the lieutenant governor, I think it was just yesterday, was involved in this. The Utah Department of Transportation, the UTA, Utah Transit Authority, has unveiled this automated shuttle. So it's a driverless car, a driverless shuttle that they're going to. And we did talk about it a couple of weeks ago. That they're rolling out that will take people when they get off of a bus or a TRAX train, will take people short distances to their final destination, and it's automated. It's
like your house.
It's a robot car. No, it'd be like, for instance,
like a park and ride
to Vivint.
Yeah, or for instance, you get off the tracks and you're still 3 blocks away from the hospital, or it would be major destinations like that.
Okay.
There are major destinations within, a fairly short distance of where your TRAX train or your bus goes. So you'd be able to get on this shuttle, and it has no driver, and it's just robotically programmed to take you to that destination.
Huh.
And it would run. It would run on, assumingly a schedule, I guess.
It's a UTA thing?
Yeah, So Spencer Cox and a bunch of people got together and had a look at it yesterday up at the Capitol, and he was pretty brave, I thought. So that one of the things that this shuttle will have to do is stop itself, obviously, if somebody walks in front of it.
Yeah.
Or it's at a car is in front of it or something, some obstacle, it will have to stop itself. There's no driver. And so there's a little video. It was on, I think it was on, I don't know whose Twitter feed it was, but Spencer Cox.
Did you post it?
I didn't. I couldn't find the exact clip. I think I'll look for it again. But he said, I'll be the guinea pig. I'll be walking across the crosswalk, talking on my phone and not paying attention, and you go ahead and have this thing come toward me. And he did, and it stopped, but I thought that was pretty brave of him to say, I'll be the guinea pig in this instance and go ahead and do it. But it's really a cool looking, it looks like a bread box, sort of, a big bread box.
I see Salt Lake Tribune has a series of photos.
Yes, still photos, yeah. I saw I think I'll find the video if I can. I didn't have time to look a bunch of places, but he's walking across the crosswalk and there's a camera inside the car that looks out through the windshield, and it stops, and he kind of looks up and goes, "Hey!"
Yeah, and you all think this is great, but it's taking jobs away from people. More robots, you guys put out there.
Well,
More
now
people are out of work.
I don't really know I don't know why they're doing this, but there will be a UTA person on board the shuttle, on board this.
Then what's the point?
Well, that's what I kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the point of automation is.
Maybe they're planning on doing it just until they're sure that it's going without any hitches or. No, but I think that there's always going to be somebody on board.
I'd like a person involved.
You're in a Johnny Cab.
I mean, what am I doing
Yeah.
here?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Would you please rephrase the question?
Johnny Cab.
That's Arnold.
Yeah.
So
Is
anyway.
that Total
Total Recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't you wouldn't? Would you take it, Gina?
Yeah.
No.
You won't? Because you want to have human beings have jobs.
Yes.
That's why?
No, because
You're afraid of them?
Yeah, I don't trust them. And I want human beings to have jobs.
Well, I always worried about that. I like that scan, grab, and go thing at Smith's, where you just carry around a price
wand?
price thing, and you can get all your own groceries and check yourself out without any interaction with a person at all. But I said when I was trying it out the first couple of times, isn't this putting tellers out of work? Or I mean, not tellers, but checkers out of work? And they said, not really. It's freeing people up to do other jobs rather than have to be.
Yeah, because I always feel kind of morally conflicted when I use the self-checkout.
Yeah,
I've tried to stop, but occasionally I just have a couple of things.
But they say that hasn't really put.
I don't like to look up produce and.
That's what's great about that scan, grab, and go thing. You don't have to do it. You don't have to look it up. So you go to the produce, and if it's by pound, so you scan the little barcode where the produce is, and it'll say, this item must be weighed before we can give you the price. So when you're done with all your produce shopping, there are special scales, and you just take it over there and beep it at the scale, then it'll say, please weigh radishes.
You don't have to do any of that if you go to the checker. And I like being asked if I want stamps or ice. And that doesn't happen
Gina,
at the self-check.
I'd be happy to give you a little recording for your phone that you could, when you go use the self-checkout, you can just press a button and I'll say, Gina, would you like stamps or ice?
Unfortunately.
And if you say yes, I'll say, then go get them.
Unfortunately, the voice is Johnny Cab's voice, and so it's, would you like stamps or ice?
Stamps or ice. Things are moving pretty smoothly now. They won't be tomorrow, though, because we have the Salt Lake City Marathon happening. And if you have to be anywhere downtown Salt Lake, that will affect your drive. You got soccer games, you got other stuff you got to do. So check with the Salt Lake City Marathon website. There is a very easy-to-follow map there, and it actually has the times where each leg of the route will be most heavily affected. So I suggest you plan your day with that tomorrow. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Who will be Boner of the Day? Stand by.
There was a time in the 90s when wide-leg Genco jeans were all the rage. And while we
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues. In heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Capiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making a wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? The ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price.
Huh.
I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and Lord.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some Lord with some sugar to make the Lord sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of Lord mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer cake.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laron. He's a bricklayer.
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like you
Jimmy
do.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie-
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name.
Sure.
Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name?
Jimmy's
It's fine.
Awfully
if
defensive
Princess,
about Jimmy.
good God, Gina, you derail the story. Jimmy, that's not a ground. Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund is and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low-rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
watch the
keeps
little
going. The
video.
mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little
My
video.
question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine
That's
mayor
a terrible
name.
mayor name.
It's a fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
Song always cracks me up.
Cracks you up?
Makes you laugh, huh?
Makes me chokes me up.
Oh, chokes you up.
Chokes me up.
It's happy birthday, Art Alexakis of Everclear. He's 57 today.
Man,
So
that's a powerful song.
So I'm going on vacation next week.
What?
Okay.
To Mexico.
See ya.
And
Well, that is if they don't close the border.
Right. And I started following the resort we're going to on Instagram, just to kind of, see what we're getting ourselves into. And I am so excited.
What's the resort?
I don't want to say.
I don't blame you.
But here's what they say about, and I gave Katie this picture. She's going to put it up.
Okay.
Says, when our traveling churro cart shows up poolside,
God.
Don't even try to resist tasting one of these delicious hot snacks freshly prepared by our chef.
Oh, I recognize that place. It's Mazatlan. I'd know that churro cart anywhere.
The churro cart.
Poolside churro cart.
The churro cart is referred to as La Churrorita.
And you know what, Gina? When you buy a churro, they ask you if you want stamps or ice with it.
I am so excited for poolside churro cart.
That's all it takes.
Delicious hot snacks, freshly prepared.
We had. Did you guys try those Krispy Kreme donuts?
I didn't.
I didn't.
Well,
I think you guys did, didn't you?
I had one. I wanted to try the cake batter one. So
I just got a review from Cynthia. Let's see if it matches yours.
Well, it was good but too sweet.
That's exactly
100% correct.
Too sweet.
Cynthia and I.
Hi, Katie.
Hi. Cynthia and I shared one of the egg ones that has the Cadbury egg thing in it.
Oh, yeah.
The flavor. It was just incredibly way too sweet with the frosting and everything.
The one I had was the cake batter. It had cake batter in it. So it probably wasn't quite as sweet as the Cadbury.
I bet the chocolate one was really good. I didn't get a chance to try it.
They looked cute. Yes,
the egg
Cynthia?
one was literally just a donut with like the rich buttercream frosting stuffed inside of it.
Yeah.
No.
Too
no.
much.
Sounds great.
Too much.
It was way too much. You know when you just get that end piece that has like too much frosting and you eat it and you're just like
Some people like that.
It was like that.
But it was the cake batter one was probably. I mean, that was my criticism. It was good, but just over the edge, of sweetness.
Just a little too sweet.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well.
Yeah. Oh well.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you. No, I saw them sitting in the producer's booth, the box, as I was leaving. And, so I didn't have time to really have one, so I just put the box out for the masses.
Well, they were gone in a second, I'm sure.
It was one of those mornings where I had, eaten a protein bar, right before he brought that, which Justin, I think his name was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was nice of him to
It was
bring
nice.
those
Yeah.
in.
Thank you, Justin.
So I wish I had known, because I was full of protein bar.
How big was that protein bar?
You know what I like?
Filling.
I like about donuts. So I noticed this here. It happens, but I was at my accountant's in Ogden, and apparently they had bought donuts for the office there, and I just happened to glance into the donut box, and it was full of half donuts. It's like because people go, oh, I'm not gonna have a whole one.
No, I couldn't.
Or
possibly
they
have
eat a whole one and then say, I'm just going to have a half of another one. And there were about 6 half donuts in the damn box.
But when you do that, aren't people less inclined to eat the other half?
That's what I think.
I don't know if I would.
Unless you're standing in front of the person, looking at each other, saying, "I'll have half. Do you want my other half?"
Or when
you don't know where it came from.
Yeah, I don't.
It's been torn in half as opposed to someone eating half of it and then putting it back.
You know what? I'm not going to tear in half. The poolside churros. I'm not sharing that with anybody.
If you really like them that much, why don't you just get your own churro cart?
Yeah.
And have it around the house.
That would be nice.
You should do it.
Is there some sort of, kitchen top churro?
I think so. Bed Bath & Beyond sure to have one.
Like the Ronco churro machine or something?
I'm going to look.
I bet there is.
Look it up for me. All right, coming up, we got boner fights, a reasonable amount of news before that. And, when you're making churros in your kitchen, you're going to want to clean up. Grove.co, that's a segment.
That is.
Whoa.
Grove.co/X96 is the website to go to. And I love all the Grove products that we get delivered right to the doorstep, all in one place. That's what I like about it. Grove makes healthier home products accessible and affordable. Over 500,000 families shop Grove.co for things like tree-free bath tissue, plant-based skin care, non-toxic dish soap. Grove makes it easy to find the best, natural, eco-friendly products online, delivers them straight to your door so you can make better choices for your family and the earth in just one click. Go to the website and take a look at all of the stuff that they offer. Try Grove now, and we got this exclusive spring offer. Get there before it runs out. For a limited time, our listeners get a 3-piece cleaning set from Mrs. Meyer's Spring Scents, a free 60-day VIP membership, and a surprise bonus gift just for you when you sign up and place an order of $20 or more. It's an incredible deal, so much free stuff. So check out Grove and our special offer at grove.co/X96. That's grove.co, not com, /X96. Be sure to do the /X96 part to make sure you get this deal and we get the credit.
Listen for
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
I'm not go-
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it
yeah.
embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm not
of it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but
your car.
but it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blunk? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point.
Just a quick note here. Is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out
are
of 9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
Richie's raised his hands.
You can have it, honey.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please use. Everything's very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage?
Only had
One
2
owner?
kids.
It's a one
I only
owner?
drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Well, okay.
Good.
Good.
Please
Okay.
have it.
All right.
Take my uterus.
21. We've got Boner Fight coming up here, about 6 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Civic HRV Accord, $5, $6, or $7 a day, only from Stockton 12 Honda in the Southtown Auto Mall, stockton12.com.
Well, Amber Heard, for some reason, is
It's because
talking more about Johnny Depp.
it's because he's suing her.
She alleges that she was the victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Depp. In a new court filing, she recounts multiple instances where he became violent, threatened to kill her during booze and drug-filled rages, she said. Yahoo Entertainment reached out to Depp's publicist regarding the claims, but did not get a response. The new horrific allegations were not made public before due to the pair's strict confidentiality agreement as part of their 2016 divorce settlement. But yeah, now that he's decided he's going to sue her, all bets are off. She says, "I'll tell you everything." Then he's filed a $50 million defamation lawsuit over an op-ed she wrote for the Washington Post about being a survivor of domestic abuse. Depp also called Heard's abuse accusations against him an elaborate hoax to further her career. She claims he became violent about a year into the relationship. He used drugs and alcohol. I had to, at one point, get him medical attention. Whenever he was using, I worried for both of us he would become a totally different person, delusional and violent. She says that he got physical with her on a private jet in front of witnesses because he was jealous of a love scene she'd filmed with James Franco. The day prior, Johnny began to throw things at me and taunt me, yelling out the name James Franco. He kicked me in the back. He booted me while I was on the ground. So she's got there's a lot more stuff that she claims. So I don't know where this is all going to end up.
Not good.
Probably with both of them.
He's going after that Aquaman money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, unpopular opinion. Didn't do anything for me. Finally saw the Aquaman.
You didn't care for Aquaman?
I didn't hate it. Didn't love it. I watched it.
It didn't deserve all the money it made?
Just for me, it didn't do anything for me. Sue actively hated it.
Really?
Yeah. She kept yelling at the screen.
So Julian Assange, of course, we know yesterday was dragged out of the Ecuadorian embassy where he'd been holed up for 7 years, or nearly 7 years. Asylum off. They said, we're not going to shelter you anymore. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that he was really just an awful house guest. You'd
think you'd be grateful that they were sheltering you, that you would go out of your way to be...
The Interior Minister, Maria Paula Romo, made a startling claim about the WikiLeaks founder's personal hygiene at a press conference after his asylum status was withdrawn. They tolerated things like Assange smearing feces on the embassy walls and other behaviors far from the minimum respect that a guest should have.
Yeah.
He apparently
the very least amount is not smearing feces on the wall.
He apparently skateboarded in the halls and broke things. He stole their internet. He was always dirty. He would never, when he would eat with his hands and then wipe his hands on his clothing.
Jeez.
And he had a cat that he never cleaned the cat box. Now, people are demanding to know, well, what happened to that cat?
Where's the cat?
It's a concern of tens of thousands of people who followed the Embassy Cat on Twitter and Instagram.
Embassy cat.
They
Where are
watched
you?
this adorable kitten crawling on Mr. Assange's shoulder and sat in on meetings with his visitors, no matter one's feelings about Mr. Assange. The cat who had lived in the Ecuadorian embassy with him as he holed up, what became a media star.
You know what? I bet Pam Anderson has it.
I don't know. Little is known about the cat's whereabouts now, or if it can still be followed on Instagram. The Ecuadorian embassy did not return an email seeking information about the cat, but several published reports in recent months suggest the cat left the embassy a few months ago. La Repubblica, an Italian newspaper, reported in November that Mr. Assange had given up the cat to spare it an isolation which has become unbearable and to allow it to have a healthier life. Sputnik, a Russian state news source, said that the cat was taken by an associate of Mr. Assange and had not been seen in the embassy since September. It is not here. We are not a pet store. We do not keep pets here, they said. But, I mean, there's a gigantic article
I
here
think
about...
Pam put it in her purse and smuggled it out of there.
I'm wondering what the attraction was that she had for Mr. Assange. Well, there's a minor planet that its whereabouts have been known, or I mean, its existence has been known for some years. They're calling it it's a minor planet that lives, that is in an orbit or a position sort of behind Pluto, I think it is. And they've never given it a name. And so they're going to have a contest.
How about Steve?
To name this planet.
I like it.
Astronomers who discovered the minor planet said they want the public to weigh in. It's not a contest, but they just want the public to weigh in on the chosen name. They've offered some options.
Not Steve?
No, and not Planet McPlanet Face.
Planet McPlanet? Planety McPlanet Face?
No. They invited everybody to vote on a name.
Okay, I won't vote for that one. I'll vote for Bodie McBoatface then.
That's not one of the options. Trying to see what
we
Captain,
need the options.
Captain, we're in orbit around Bodie McBoatface.
One of the options is Gong Gong.
Gong Gong?
Gong, Gong, a Chinese water god with red hair and the tail of a serpent.
Ooh.
The second, Holle, Holle, the name of a European winter goddess associated with Yuletide. Okay. And the third name to vote on is Vili, Vili, a Nordic deity who helped kill a giant to create the universe.
Well, if those are the choices, the second one, Holly.
I like Gong Gong. That's pretty
That's still
sweet,
like Steve.
There are no planets that are going to be named Steve.
Beam us down to the planet Steve.
No, beam us down to the planet, Steve.
No comma.
Oh, yeah. What if the guy running the transporter is named Steve?
Okay,
What if,
that's
see?
Beam us down to the planet Steve.
Which planet, sir?
Steve.
Yes, which planet?
Yes, the planet Steve.
I'm asking you what planet, Steve.
Yes, Steve. Steve, I know. Beam us down to the planet, Steve.
See, there, this whole thing.
Okay,
See.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
The winner of round one from the 7 o'clock hour. This may be the dumbest moment in congressional history when Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie is talking to John Kerry about climate and about a panel. And Mr. Massie says to Senator or former Secretary of State Kerry, "It sounds like you're questioning the credentials of the president's advisors on this climate panel, but I think we should question your credentials. Isn't it true you have a science degree from Yale? Oh, Bachelor of Arts degree. Is it a political science degree? Yes, political science. So how do you get a Bachelor of Arts in a science?" Massie says. Well, it's a liberal arts education and degree. It's a bachelor. Okay, so it's not really science. I think it's somewhat appropriate that someone with a pseudoscience degree is pushing pseudoscience in front of our committee today. And then John Kerry says, "Are you serious? Is this serious here?"
My favorite tweet about this one was, so you say you got a bachelor degree while married? Good day, sir.
Yep. That's number one. Going against number two, your witty comments have landed you in jail. A woman in Pennsylvania on the most wanted list taunted the police on their Facebook page, and in the process tipped her hand as to where she was, and they went and arrested her. That's boner candidate number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. Put that number in the message of a text, the one you think should win. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight April 12, 2019, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You got less than 300 seconds to do it. This is Boner of the Day. All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. It's time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by some vegetable curry with homemade mango chutney.
And invest in you with visual freedom from glasses or contacts. Visit Wait Vision in Lehigh or waitvision.com. That's WAITE vision.com.
So, number one, maybe the dumbest moment in congressional history. This guy from Kentucky questioning John Kerry about his credentials. Going against number two, your witty comments have landed you in jail. It's not wise to try and taunt the police on their own Facebook page if they're after you. And she did, and she got caught. And the winner, Boner candidate number one, the dumbest conversation in the history of Congress.
There you go. That's Boner of the Day for April 12th, 2019. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Dave the Flower Guy will come in here and tell us who Boner of the Week is in our next break.
Bill, I've been waiting all day to just see if you would do it on your own.
What?
Without me having to prompt you.
Is my zipper down?
And you didn't.
Zipper is down? Is that
No,
what
it's not your zipper.
What?
You've ignored an important story.
Which
all
one?
day. It's the 30th anniversary
of
when Harry met Sally.
I didn't know we celebrated that date. I think it was nice that they got together, but I mean, you know.
They had a big screening.
A screening?
They had Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan.
She showed up?
Whose plastic surgery has finally settled down.
Oh,
and
it has?
She looks good.
Is there a picture?
Why were they there?
The stars of when Harry met Sally.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Well, certainly in that photo it settled down.
Yeah.
I remember about zero of that movie.
I love that.
I remember the scene in the delicate
Well,
New
everyone
York
knows
delicatessen.
that.
Wasn't it in the
Yeah.
Carnegie Deli,
Yeah.
I think?
I can't remember.
That's the scene that everybody remembers. Other than that, I don't.
It's a great movie. It's one of my
is it?
favorites. Yes.
Was it? Now they get together finally at the Space Needle, right?
No, that's
Isn't that-
Sleepless in no, and that's not Sleepless in Seattle because that's in New York too. Nobody gets together at the Space Needle.
When do they get together on the top of the Empire State
That's
Building?
Sleepless in Seattle.
Sleepy in Seattle.
Yeah.
Well, why do they get together at the Empire State Building if they're sleepy in Seattle?
Well, because he comes all the way from Seattle to New York because his son goes to
Harry
find.
does?
No, that's
Harry,
a different
and
movie.
he meets Sally there?
When Harry meets Sally is a totally different
confused.
movie.
I don't get it. I don't know.
Who threw him in the volcano? Was that another?
No,
Does
that's
somebody
Joe
get
versus the
mail?
volcano.
Does somebody get some
Nobody
mail?
gets any mail.
Because I
This is-
remember there's somebody always going, "You got mail."
No, that's a different one. That's Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan.
And
Hang on. Here's a scene. Maybe this will help you.
Okay.
What can I get you?
I'll have a number 3.
I'd like the chef salad, please, with the oil and vinegar on the side and the apple pie a la mode.
Chef and apple a la mode.
But I'd like the pie heated, and I don't want the ice cream on top. I want it on the side, and I'd like strawberry instead of vanilla if you have it. If not, then no ice cream, just whipped cream, but only if it's real. If it's out of a can, then nothing.
Not even the pie?
No, just the pie, but then not heated.
Uh-huh.
What?
Nothing.
Huh. So that was Sleepy in Seattle.
No, when
No.
Harry met Sally. I like how she orders things.
It sounds familiar, doesn't it?
She gets it the way she wants it.
Is she?
I'm going to go home and watch it.
Well, it is the 30th anniversary. Certainly,
Right.
you'd have an excuse.
I love it.
Well, I hope you have a good time with that. I think it's really sad though because his only friend before he meets her is a soccer ball.
No, that's
Well, and
it's not even the right actor.
Huh?
It's Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan.
Yeah,
and
and
when
Tom
Harry
Hanks.
met no.
No, I don't get it.
Well, and this whole idea of watching all the Marvel movies before we go see
not going to work.
How far did you get into
Endgame.
it?
Well, we're still trying. The problem is we're behind.
Yeah.
Now, the directors of Infinity War, the Russos, they tweet out every day which movie you should be watching before, and leading up to. And they tweeted 2 days ago, watch the Avengers today.
Okay.
And we're just barely starting the Avengers. We're 2 days late. We're 2 or 3 days
Well.
late now. And so that means that we're going to have to binge like 3 of them on a weekend to catch up.
Well, you got this. You could do that.
We just finished Thor last night.
What else you got to do?
I know, right? I forgot how good Thor was.
I
That
know.
first Thor movie.
Yeah,
It was really quite good.
Natalie Portman
Yes.
and Stellan Skarsgård. Is that
Tom Hiddleston.
isn't Stellan Skarsgård the
the older Skarsgård. He's
Yeah.
he's a scientist,
Yeah.
friend of Jane's.
He turns out to be kind of a bad guy.
Well, only because he gets manipulated by Loki.
That's right.
And the Mind Stone.
That's right.
Same with Hawkeye.
Yeah. I haven't seen it for a long time. And that don't they get together at the Carnegie Deli?
Yes, they do.
And they order some sandwiches.
Well, Hawkeye insists on the ice cream being on the side, and he wants strawberry,
Right.
not vanilla.
I remember that.
And the whipped cream fresh, not from the can.
That's right.
He's really a picky eater.
And Thor just has
nothing
a
wrong with
hard
that.
time with all of this.
Well, Thor
Nothing wrong with
just orders ale everywhere he goes. He doesn't really eat, you know.
Yeah. And then they all get together at the Space Needle.
Yeah, for shawarma.
Yeah.
There, that's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know.
That's
okay,
it.
I guess I don't need to see the
No.
movies. I guess I'm okay. All right.
Let's go for shawarma.
Let's take a break. We'll be back and we'll get this boner of the week situation taken care of. Before that, though, Quip. Getquip.co/not.co. Confused. Getquip.com/x96. There we go. So many I got to keep track of. But I do love my Quip electric toothbrush, and I was talking to a friend of mine who ordered one for her kid. Because I've been talking about how I think this is a great way to teach kids, how to brush properly.
How long you need to.
And she said that her daughter took to it 3 days.
Oh,
had it figured out.
nice.
Now just it gets the full 2 minutes in, and even brushing. Because a lot of us don't, I think, brush long enough. You're supposed to brush for 2 minutes at least to get a full, even clean. And Quip, they've got this built-in sonic vibration thing, so it pulses every 30 seconds to remind you, okay, it's time to switch sides. And then that way you get all of the areas clean and nice. Multi-use cover, I like that because it's good for travel. And the brush heads are automatically delivered on a dentist-recommended schedule every 3 months for just $5. I just got an email from Quip saying that my new brush heads are arriving soon. Many reasons that I love Quip and why they're backed by over 20,000 dental professionals. Quip starts at just $25, and if you go to getquip.com/x96 right now, you get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack for free at getquip.com/x96. Be sure to do the /x96 to make sure you get this deal and that we get the credit.
Every weekday afternoon, join me, Todd Newcomb, as I provide plenty of new music, plenty of old music, and a one.
Somebody sent a picture, tweeted a picture of. I was talking earlier about my strange gum obsession when I was a little kid, and I liked to get under the tables at restaurants, and I would take gum from under the table, already chewed gum, and I would chew it. And I also liked the way the gum looked underneath the table, the restaurant table. It was pretty. It was kind of like a abstract art. And somebody sent a picture. Kara Jane Prower sent this picture of this gum wall.
I've seen the gum wall.
Well, and I was going to say, why didn't you bring this up? Because I remember you talking about this. It's in Portland.
Like a whole alleyway that's just covered in gum.
Yeah.
It just I don't know how it started.
Didn't occur to you to bring that up when we were talking about it before.
No, I forgot about it until she.
Is this the one? Is this it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not. It is like an entire alleyway. It's cool looking.
Yeah.
You would love it. You
Yeah.
should make a pilgrimage.
So this shows you why I thought that looked so cool when I was a kid.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
We get a picture frame, no picture, and we set it up somewhere, and every morning you put your gum there.
Well, it's just the same kind of gum all the time.
Then there's the challenge. You'll have to switch
oh,
up
no,
gums.
I'm sorry, it's Seattle. It's not
Seattle.
Portland.
Seattle?
It's Seattle.
Okay. Let's maybe we should have a gum. I think this is a good idea. Let's have a gum picture frame in here and invite guests when they come here if they're chewing gum, or let's just say anytime Richie invites a guest to come to the studio, say, and we'd like you to be chewing gum to add to our gum frame.
Yeah.
And we'll make a piece of gum art.
Yeah, but then are you going to be tempted to?
No, I'm over that. I'm over that obsession where I used
You
to.
won't try to pull the gum off and eat it. No.
But I think it'd be nice to have a piece of gum art.
What color of gum is this? Not even aware. It's blue. Okay, so my contributions would be blue.
Well, does it stay blue after you're done chewing it?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of gum is it?
Orbit? You like the Orbit.
That 5 gum?
Oh, 5.
No, I only bought Orbit because it was at Costco.
Yeah, that's
and
why.
And now they carry the 5 gum.
I chew the Orbit that I get it at Costco.
And this is cobalt flavored. I have no
Wow.
idea what that is.
What
but,
does a cobalt taste like?
Minty.
See, there's the gum I was chewing.
That's
earlier. It's
kind of green, but not
pale,
really.
pale green.
Yeah.
Pale green. Smells so good.
All right, there you go.
Gum fetishist.
So yeah, is there some? Well, you're kind of handy, Carrie. Maybe you could make the frame.
I'm busy.
Carrie's redoing his house.
I'm busy with the basement thing.
Radio from Hell with Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi on X96.
I thought it was funny the 3001 time.
Okay, before we award Boner of the Day, Ran Life.
Ran Life Home Loans, Mortgages, Rand Life, they are a local company. Gar and Greg have started it some years ago, and they like to keep the money here in the community. They like to give back to the community. They specialize at Rand Life in no-down FHA and VA loans. They are, if you're really looking for, if you're a first-time buyer, Rand Life is a great mortgage company to go to, because if you call them at 801-478-4500 and say, talk to them, and they can pre-qualify you, on the phone. And maybe they'll say, you're not quite there. You're not quite ready. You don't quite have the resources you need for a mortgage. But here's a plan for you. And they will set you up on this plan.
We
and
know
say,
people that have had that.
You do this and this and this and this. Within about a year, you'll be ready for a mortgage. That's how they operate. So interest rates are currently the lowest they've been in the last 13 months or so. So call Rand Life to refinance or to purchase a new home. Their number, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500.
All right. Boner of the week.
Yeah, that's right. Dave, the flower guy, is here. Hi, Dave.
Hello. He's not just the flower guy. He mows lawns.
He's the lawnmower guy.
Yeah.
And Dave, you say
I'm looking for about 10 to 15 more people.
10 more customers for lawn mowing.
Yeah.
Downtown area. What are the
Downtown.
21st South?
From 21st South.
South Temple?
To South Temple.
Yeah.
From about 15th East to 3rd
West?
3rd West?
Yeah.
Okay, that whole area, Dave can, commercial buildings are great.
Yeah.
But, even if you've got a big yard at home or something, you want somebody to mow your lawn, who'll do a good job, Dave can do it. And why don't you just call us at 877-602-9696, or you could email me. Do that, Bill at x96.com.
There you go.
Yeah, email me, Bill at x96.com. And if you've got lawn that Dave can mow, give me some pertinent information about that, and I'll pass it on to Dave, and he'll get a hold of you. So, does that sound like a good deal?
Yep.
Okay. Email me, Bill at x96.com, for lawn mowing for Dave. All right. We let Dave pick the boner of the week because we are not qualified.
Nope. We just fight about it.
We don't want to fight.
We're going to throw one of these candidates out. I'll tell you when we get to it.
Oh, okay.
So we'll only have 4 to choose from, Dave.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1 from Monday, escalating the crazy cat lady game. A woman in Orlando, not just a crazy cat lady feeding the neighborhood cats, having cats around her home all the time. When neighbors complained about her being a crazy cat lady, she pulled a gun on them. I'll show you, crazy cat lady.
Well, she
said.
did.
Yeah. So that's number 1, escalating the crazy cat lady game. Number 2, Mama, I'm going to pee. A woman, little toddler, 3-year-old in the car, has to go to the bathroom. Now, I got to go to the bathroom now, Mama. She stops at a gas station, I think it was, pulls into the parking lot. I got to go, Mama, I got to go. He's not going to make it to the restroom.
As happens for toddlers.
So she holds up something to kind of shield him, and he pees in the parking lot. Well, a police officer observes this and gives the woman a ticket, saying, I observed naked male genitals and urination. You get a ticket. That's number 2. Number 3, we're throwing out. It's the I swapped out those babies for fun.
Yeah.
Because it was pretty well proven that never happened.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 4 then, or number 3 really, from Thursday, women have to be more responsible. A Republican lawmaker in Texas has reintroduced a bill that would criminalize abortion without exception and would provide the death penalty option for women who are caught having an abortion. Because it's murder. And boner candidate number 4 from today, this may be the dumbest moment in congressional history. Which one, Dave?
Number 3.
Number 3, which was the women have to be more responsible. That one?
Yeah.
Good job, Dave.
Good job.
All right, there you go.
Excellent choice, Dave.
Okay.
All right, that's boner of the week. All right, let's do the promo and
Gotta fish that out.
get out of here.
Fish out the promo.
Trying to find it. That must be it right there. Okay. We hope you're enjoying your weekend.
Don't forget about Monday's Radio from Hell show.
We'll have a sports ball update with Amy Donaldson at 6:45.
Also, the Super Geek update with geek news on the radio at 8:45.
So don't miss Monday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Got anything going this weekend? I won't ask Gina because I'm sure it's just the tyranny of
It's soccer and and drama because Muhammad's in a play, so he's got drama practice.
He's in a play?
Seussical.
What? Oh, who's he playing in Seussical?
Yertle the turtle.
Yertle the turtle.
Yeah, I was going to say thing one or thing two.
No.
But
That's a good role. Yertle the turtle is
Yertle
good.
the turtle.
I remember when Yertle the turtle met the Cat in the Hat on the Space Needle in Seattle. And,
I don't think that happened.
and then they had sandwiches at the Carnegie
That
Deli.
didn't
No, I got nothing this weekend, it looks like.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. Next week, as well, it's my mother-in-law's birthday, Saturday. She's 80-something. We're going to have a birthday party.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. We good?
Yep.
All business? Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Shawarma at the Space Needle.
Corey is next.
X96. 1 hour nonstop music wing ding starts now!